Muzaffarabad, which is the capital of Pakistani Azad Kashmir. And due to this earthquake, there was a death toll of about 80,000. If we uh, look at the tectonic setting of Pakistan, then geographically Pakistan is located on the interaction of three active tectonic boundaries. And these tectonic plate boundaries, they have the highest rate of movement amongst all the crustal plates, due to which almost whole country is comprising of some very active faults, having the history of most destructive earthquakes. Seismicity level is overall quite high in most of areas of Pakistan, especially in Northeast, which is comprising of locations like Kashmir, Chilas, Gilgit, and Kaghan. Then comes the northwestern part of Pakistan. It is also comprising of some major cities like Peshawar and large part of KPK. Then comes the southeastern part of Pakistan, which is comprising of Balochistan, and then comes the offshore areas. We are experiencing moderate and micro level of earthquakes on yearly basis. And some of the major earthquakes like Dilbadin and Avaran, whose magnitude was greater than 7, they used to occur after a gap of 2 to 3 years. The main aim of organizing this seminar is to find ways how to mitigate this disaster uh, all over the world, but especially in all OIC countries, including Pakistan. It is impressive to see such a large participation in this seminar from students, researchers, educationists, to leaders and representatives from the private sector, civil society, development partners, government, and other officials. Your presence, dear participants, here today clearly show the ever-increasing attention of the global community on these very important issues which are related with the earthquake disaster. I myself want to thank my foreign colleagues, especially Professor John Nabilek, Professor Peter Clift, and Professor Mehdi Zaire, with whom I have the scientific collaboration more than 10 years. And I feel much honored to declare that I have learned seismology from these renowned scientists of the world, and this collaboration will continue in future also. I'm also grateful to all my colleagues who are experts in our field and who are presenting their work in this seminar. His Excellence, Professor Dr. Iqbal Chaudhry, comstech coordinator. Dear sir, I would like to express my heartfelt gratitude to you for giving me this initiative and responsibility to organize this seminar. I feel humbled from the immense support which I have received from you, and simply it was almost an impossible task for me. With your encouragement, sir, we are able to have such a well-organized event with, with a large number of participants, more than 450, and a forum of distinguished speakers. For the Vice Chancellor, Professor Muhammad Ali Shah, sir, Quaid University is #1 in Pakistan due to your endless efforts, vast experience, and hard work, and incredible support to staff and faculty. I must say that under your incredible leadership, timely and proper advice, and the freedom in decision making provided to all teachers and staff of Quaid-e-Azam University. Now, Quaid-e-Azam University is ranked 259th in natural sciences in QS World Ranking. And I'm hoping and I'm optimist that it will be ranked very soon in 100 in all disciplines in world ranking, inshallah. Special thanks goes to you, sir, especially for accepting our invitation as a chief guest. I would like to inform here that with your support, Higher Education Commission funding, and motivation from my dear colleague, Professor Hassan, I proudly declare that we have established first earthquake seismology lab in our university. And this is also the first earthquake research lab all over the country on university level. This is indeed due to your and HEC support, sir, and I'm very grateful to you and hoping that QAU will be a pioneer in experimental seismology as well as along with the earthquake seismology all over the country. Dear Professor Dr. Shahid Mahmood Beg, our guest of honor and Chairman, Pakistan Science Foundation, sir, I'm deeply grateful to you for accepting our invitation as a guest of honor and here with us showed willingness to spend your busiest time gracing the event. Today we had the opportunity to hear your thoughts, and this is very encouraging indeed for our future plans and events too. I would like to end my opening remarks with a request to all our honorable guests, His Excellence Professor Iqbal, Worthy Vice Chancellor Professor Ali, and most respected Professor Beg Saab, to establish a joint earthquake disaster working group, which must be comprising of experts from all OIC countries especially, as we are facing this disaster very frequently, especially in our regions. I hope today's seminar will deepen our discussion and our understanding, strengthen our resolve, and promote greater collaboration toward a more resilient and prosperous OIC countries. Once again, thank you very much and God bless you. Now I would like to invite His Excellence Professor Dr. Mohammad Iqbal Chaudhry, Coordinator General Comstech, for his welcome speech.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Can you hear me? I have unmuted my mic and I hope that you can hear me. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamu alaikum. Good morning and good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. We are in different time zones. And this is what Comstech represent, a region which is spread from South America to South Asia, a whole range of geographical location and countries, from Suriname in South America to Brunei Darussalam in Indonesia. And this is the strength of this organization, that we represent 57 member states. I'd like to start my brief remarks by welcoming dear friend and brother, Professor Dr. Muhammad Ali Shah, the Vice Chancellor of Quaid-e-Azam University. Quaid-e-Azam University is a premier research and academic institution of Pakistan. It is one of the top ranked institutions. It is part of the consortium of excellence. You know what Comstech has done, that we have networked top institutions in the Muslim world into one consortium of excellence, and the objective is that We develop these linkages between the top institutions in science, technology, and engineering, between them and beyond them. So primarily inter-Islamic cooperation is the key objective of this consortium, and around the consortium, we intend to develop lots of activities of capacity building, alliances of laboratories, networking, and joint project. Uh, I'm also extremely pleased that very dear brother, Professor Dr. Shahid Mahmood Beg is also part of the proceeding of this inauguration. He is the new chairman of Pakistan Science Foundation, a practicing scientist, a dear friend, and also a person of great understanding and vision. We have resource persons from various countries of the world, and I'm delighted to see that it truly represents international blend of expertise. So from USA to uh, Italy, Iran, uh, China, and different other countries. Primarily, the objective of this event, as mentioned by Professor Dr. Mona Lisa, is to develop understanding and appreciation of this extremely important science of seismology, which relates to lots of different aspects of human endeavor, including disasters. We all understand that natural disasters are extremely ferocious. They're very, very powerful, much powerful than any nuclear bomb which human has ever met. So these are very, very important event in natural history. And we all understand that because of these seismological events, lots of destruction took place. So in the OIC countries, we see the whole range of different kind of threat profiles. So from very large earthquake in Turkey and Iran and in Pakistan, we also see lots of event taking place in Central Asia. We see danger of tsunami because of earthquake around Indonesia and other island nations. So these are extremely important events, and of course we can't really stop them. It is not possible for us to stop these natural disaster, but science is extremely important to understand how to mitigate the effect of it, how to develop resilience, how to develop infrastructure, how to develop a system which can provide early warning so we can stop or at least minimize the human sufferings and natural loss. And this is the reason why we consider this event an extremely important one. We've been told that large number of participants from different countries are attending this 2-day event, and this will then truly become one of many activities which we intend to do with our sister organization, Qaeda University, and also Pakistan Science Foundation. With this, I won't really take much of your time. I would like to encourage that these proceedings, that the event become more interactive, and that it become an interesting learning experience for all of you. Kindly develop linkages with each other. This is a science which you cannot really become expert through this workshop, but by subsequent interaction and followed up activities, perhaps more in person and physical activities which we intend to organize once the mobility is facilitated, uh, we would be able to develop capacity within the OIC region in this extremely important science. I'm delighted that there is a dedicated center of excellence which exists in Qaeda University. I'm sure such centers are required in other part of the OIC region, and this center can then become an important focal center for others to learn how to develop such facility within their scientific infrastructure. I'm also very happy that this is an event in which many people are speaking about different aspects of science, of seismology, and therefore an integrated, fully coherent, wholesome body of knowledge is provided. With this, I would like to thank all of you and would like to welcome you on behalf of Comstech. to this excellent event and wish you a very important, joyful learning experience through this workshop. Thank you very much. Wassalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah.
Thank you very much, sir, for your time and a very thoughtful speech. I'm really grateful from I myself feeling very pleasure and honor to have your speech. Now I would like to invite our guest of honor, Professor Dr. Shahid Mahmood Beg, who is Chairman, Pakistan Science Foundation. And sir, kindly deliver your speech, please.
Thank you very much, Professor Mona Lisa. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Oh, thank you very much.
We can hear you.
Right, sir. Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Assalamu alaikum and a very good morning and good afternoon, wherever you are. It's my great honor and privilege to be part of this very prestigious scientific event. It's a real honor for me that Quaid-e-Azam University and Comstech has arranged such an international event on this very important issue. Congratulations to the organizers, the convener, especially Professor Mona Lisa, Dr. Hassan, Professor Iqbal Chaudhry, Professor Muhammad Ali, honorable keynote speakers, participants. You see, Pakistan is located on a fault line, and we have a horrible experience of earthquake in 2005, where we lost more than 80,000 precious lives and billions of dollars of loss to our economy. Many of the precious life could have been saved, and the financial loss could have been controlled, but we were not prepared for such an event. Now I'm happy that Quaid-e-Azam University has taken the lead and they have become the pioneer and leader on starting research on such an important national issue, and it is an international issue as well. As you see, many of our OIC countries are also at risk of earthquakes, and recently we have seen some moderate to severe earthquakes in our neighboring countries and countries like Indonesia, Turkey, Iran, etc. Quaid-e-Azam University, I'm delighted to see that they have taken the lead and they established the first lab on seismology, and they have also produced the first PhD. So it's a very good news for me, and it's a national issue. I have discussed with this department and the scientists of this department, because Pakistan Science Foundation is identifying the national issues and identifying the active research group who can really do some original research on this on these national issues. And this group led by Professor Mona Lisa at Earth Sciences of Quaid-e-Azam University. They have established state-of-the-art laboratory. I visited this laboratory, and a very impressive laboratory, and I have seen her thesis as well when I went through her profile. Her research is on this topic. Now Science Foundation has identified this group, and I've asked them to write a very good proposal so we can discuss and we can get it reviewed so we can work on this national issue. In this regard, I have also discussed with the Professor Muhammad Ali that please identify and discuss with us the active group and the productive group who have good ideas, who have good projects, so we can discuss with them. We ask them to write down very good proposals. We will, these proposals will go through the review process, and we will happy to fund them. because these are the issues which are national, and these have huge economic impact on our economy. So please go ahead, and Pakistan Science Foundation is there to support you and to help you. We have to help this country, right? Pakistan Science Foundation have been sponsoring the science from the last 40 years. But now we have a very enthusiastic team at Pakistan Science Foundation. Our minister, Mr. Fawad Chaudhry, is very enthusiastic, and he has conveyed his best wishes and his regard to the whole team and the organizer and the participants. Similarly, our Secretary for Science and Technology, Dr. Arshad Mahmood, he is very much pro-science, and he would love to see your labs and the universities, research centers. And he has also sent his regards and best wishes to this department and to the participant and organizers of this seminar. I don't have much to say at this occasion, but there will be many keynote speakers and international scientists to say on this topic, to talk about this topic. So at the end, I will participate in the brainstorming session and to see their views, what they think about this problem in the OIC country. It's a global problem, not only the OIC country and the Pakistani problem, it's a global problem. And Quaid-e-Azam University and its Earth Sciences Department, I know it has a very a good track record of producing very good scientists and very good scientific projects. So all the best to all the participants, and I'll be with you, and I will join in the closing ceremony also to discuss with the scientists and to see how Pakistan Science Foundation and Comstech and Quaid-e-Azam University can sit together and do something good for this country and for the OIC country in the on the issue of earthquake and seismology. So thank you very much. Have a very good, successful conference. My best wishes and all sort of support. And please, if you have any scientific activity in person, let us know in advance, and we will support financially and cover the travel of all the participants, their food and your stationery and your everything. Previously, the support for scientific events was only 0.2 million rupees. Now we have increased it to rupees 1 million. So if you want to invite some international delegates, I hope inshallah this pandemic will be over in the near future. Please organize an international conference like this in person. So invite international delegates, good scientists, and Pakistan Science Foundation will be very happy to support you by all means. So stay blessed and have a very good conference and the seminar. Thank you very much. Assalamu alaikum.
Thank you very much, sir. You have given us a sort of motivation and encouragement, and the things which you have offered to educationists and researchers all over the country who are working in universities and in other public sectors or private sectors by the announcement of conducting research related projects and organizing international seminars. We are facing financial issues uh, in organization of seminars especially, and to establish a lab or to any experimental work especially, we need to have some strong financial support. Um, as far as my experience is concerned, only HEC was the source, main source, who provided us financial support to establish lab or to conduct research or to participate or to organize seminars or conferences. But now with your, when I hear your speech, I proudly declare that uh, people and researchers like me who are facing these issues regarding organization of conferences and collaboration with international and local researchers and exchange programs, students, affiliations with industry, government officials and policy makers and engineers interaction, and industry in interaction with academia. I'm very happy that you have given us strong motivation by declaring that Pakistan Science Foundation will sponsor our projects, research projects, and also we will be able to organize scientific conferences as well. So once again, thank you very much, sir, for your kind support. And I'm hoping that under your leadership, Science Foundation will provide a main venue for a researcher like us or a university like us who is only dependent on HEC funding. So your speech is definitely a very provoking and very motivating speech for scientists like us. Thank you very much, sir. Now I would like to invite Mr. Sohail Kibria Sahib. Due to some time difference of US, our keynote speaker, Professor Dr. John Nablik, is not available at this time. So we are having another, our field expert, who is actually the director of NESPAC, and he has a vast experience, both related to earthquake seismology, not only, but also with different aspects of geology and geophysics also. I would like to invite Mr. Sohail Kabria for his lecture, which is related to landslide study analysis and mitigation. And all we know that Pakistan is having another major disaster, which is in the form of landslides. And most of the landslides, they are not only triggered by some rainfalls or other geological aspects, but earthquake triggered landslides, they cause a great destruction all over the country. So I guess Mr. Sohail Kabria's experience and his lecture will provide audience and participants an overview all over the country, uh, the difference between the naturally generated landslides and the landslides which are triggered by earthquake, and how to mitigate the landslide disaster which are triggered by earthquake especially. Mr. Sohail Kibria.
Hello. Can you hear me? Hello.
Yes, sir.
Uh,
Yes, sir.
uh,
We are
could,
hearing you.
could you hear me before this, or I'm sorry, I think my mic was muted.
Yes, sir. It's okay. Now we can hear you, sir.
Okay, and you can see the screen too. Okay, fine.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So I will say again, for all the distinguished guests, the guests of honor, speakers, professors, scientists, and the community of engineers and students who are watching this lecture, it is my privilege to deliver at this August forum. I'll speak on landslides, which have brought a huge loss of life and property worldwide. So it is a worldwide issue. And in addition, the northern part of Pakistan is really plagued with landsliding problems because of various reasons due to different geological conditions. So I'll elaborate on the landslide analysis, mitigation, and landslide. I have to run through quickly. After giving a brief background, I'll show some indication about the visual identification of landsliding conditions at site, some investigations of engineering and geological nature and studies required, what kind of analysis are needed, and what kind of mitigation measures are adopted, and how we have been dealing in some of the case histories in Pakistan in particular. So first of all, very briefly, of course, we know that landsliding is an issue of the sloping ground. Where we have slopes, there is a gradual wasting of material, coming down to material under gravity, because simply the resisting forces to hold them are less and the destabilizing forces are somehow more. So that is the event when sliding takes place. There could be a number of factors which are responsible for this, and there is not a one solution, a single solution. The solution to tackle landslide will depend that what are the reasons or causes underneath. So a study would be needed for every landslide case to find out the underlying causes and then to give a solution according to the symptoms. So another message which is strong is that we normally control the landslides to a reasonable limit so that the loss to property and life is not there, but we just give mitigative measures to reduce the risk. It is not possible with the ordinary means and with the resources available to eliminate landsliding issue generally altogether. So what we do is we mitigate the risk, and it is combined with monitoring and with periodic maintenance. Here you see in the kind of anatomy of slide, you see a slide has taken place from this to this area, and this is the upper part is the head scarp, and here you can see discrete slumping one after the other. And when sliding takes place, of course, the material which is wasted comes down so that there is bulging. So this is head and this is bulged toe. And here you see a road which was passing, it's just blocked. Could be different kinds of slides. You see, there could be a roadside slide here, rock slide here, or a slide here caused by a poor road construction. You can see when excavations are there and they're not controlled properly. There could be riverbank collapse. There could be underwater submarine kind of sliding taking place, or some other rockfall situations or debris flowing. High moisture condition in which the material is flowing is the kind of debris flowing. They all fall under the big topic of landslides. So there are some indications or signs of the sliding area, the area which is a badland or which has trouble. You will find many of these symptoms there. If there's a transmission line, it will be, you see, kind of tilted, and you see warped kind of alignment. If there's a fence, it could be broken, and the ground will have some signs, you see, signs of movement. And if there are some structures, they are likely to show some cracking and some movement. Similarly, some of the trees and some of the poles may be tilted. So in addition, there could be some low areas created artificially and temporarily where the land could be swamping. And there will be indication of the head of the slide, the head scarp, and there will be some bulging of the toe. So they can be recognized, you see, sliding can be recognized, you see, somehow. Here you see, Atabad disaster at Hulza in 2010, when sudden sliding took place and clouds of dust you see, and after it has settled, it blocked the river, and you can see a lake formed temporarily. So this is also a big case of landsliding. But our Karakoram highway, those who have traveled along KKH, I think most of you might have traveled and experienced that there are some major, notorious, long stretches of landslide areas because of various geological conditions. And our 2005 earthquake, October 8, 2005 earthquake, one of the major reasons for huge loss of life and property was landsliding there. So earthquakes do bring landslide, and landsliding could take place because of other reasons like high moisture content, and you see removal of toe weight and addition of head weight, etc., etc. Here, this picture shows huge loss in Muzaffarabad area. And just to give you a glimpse that what happened in Taiwan's freeway number 3, you can see a series of roads. You see, they have a big sliding over them, big landslide coming over them. And here in USA, in Arizona, Bitter Springs landslide. So of course, this is the hillside and this is the valley side. So sliding has taken place systematically. Now, to give you a feel of a global landsliding issue, these are the 10, 11 years old statistics, but you can see that the red points indicate the presence of the sliding areas. You see the landslide areas where landslide fatalities have been noticed in a pronounced way. And here you see, unfortunately, particularly in northern part of our country, you see it lies in a very dangerous zone, very vulnerable zone. And it's blown up famine. You can see many serious slidings have taken place and they continue along this line. You see this is a rupture zone, the suture zone is called. And here you see, if you see the global comparison of landsliding issue, then in global ranking, India is number 1 in terms of landslides, and followed by China, Nepal, etc. Pakistan falls at number 6. So we have the landsliding issue which needs to be addressed and which needs to be looked into from its study, from its analysis, and from its mitigation point of view. Now, if we talk of the slope stability issue, it's not a new issue. There have been slope destabilizations in soil and rock historically too. So many lessons have been learned, yet every new slide gives us some more teaching, some more experience. What are the main causes for the triggering of the slides? Some are natural causes, and others are the man-made or anthropogenic causes. When we say natural causes, these would be the rainfall, the precipitation, earthquakes are one of the factors, then differential temperatures, etc., etc., causing a condition of destabilization or inequilibrium. In anthropogenic reasons, you see, uncontrolled cutting and uncontrolled blasting, as we say that in Karakoram highway, this is one of the elements responsible. Removal of the weight from the toe, which is a restraining restraining weight, so that gives rise to the possibility of sliding. And if we are adding in a quasi-stable area, an area of slope which is hardly stable, the factor of safety is just on the threshold of stability. If we add weight on the head, then we are inviting landslide in even those situations. So there is a demand for engineered slope because more stable areas in hilly terrain, they have been already occupied for construction. Now it is more challenging to construct on those areas which are apparently less stable or which are quasi-stable, thereby meaning where the factors of safety or equilibrium of forces are just almost matching. There's a little difference. So one of the major reasons of sliding in soils and rocks, in addition to other factors, is the presence of water or trapped seepage water, the moisture. That is one big reason. This means that if we take care of the moisture by effective surface drainage and subsurface drainage, we can get rid of landslide to a reasonable degree. Some additional measures may be required though. And what is manifested is that there are excessive movements which may be slow or fast, you see, depending on the nature of the material and the slopes, and you see the heights of slopes and other factors. So we have issue in the northern Pakistan. Now let's have a look on different types of sliding or material wasting, mass wasting mechanisms. One is called rotational, in which you can see a rotation, presumably along a circular surface is taking place and the mass slides down from up to below level. And here, failure is taking place along a horizontal plane, translation. Here we see blocks are moving. In rocks, the blocks are moving. Here we see the rock falling because of the jointing and orientation of joints in such a way that they are falling under gravity. You see, they get disintegrated because of weathering action and they start falling. And there are residual deposits here at the foot. And in addition to falling, when they are, toppling, when they are turning, fall is just a gravity fall. And in addition to fall, when there's a bit of twist and turn, that is toppling. So that all depends on the orientation of beds and joints. When there is excessive moisture, we experience debris flow, a flow-like situation. And when the speeds of flow, because of the steepness of the slopes and the quantity of the material are very high, then it can turn into an avalanche kind of thing, the high-speed slide, which can approach very high velocities, even exceeding 100 kilometers per hour. So here, when fine-grained soil is there, in contrast to debris, in which coarse-grained material is there, when high moisture content fine soil, so it's earth flow or mud flow. So gradual movement, which takes time, maybe a few millimeters per month or a few millimeters per year. Like in Murray area, many of the slopes are creeping slowly. They're quasi-stable and creeping slowly. And sometimes it's just a lateral spread on almost close to horizontal or a very low slope. So these are various modes. And in addition, there is a phenomenon called solifluction, which is gradual wasting of mass or creep of very wet soil. And as a consequence of basically freeze-thaw activity, because when there is a permafrost, the soil above that, that which has lost, which has gained high moisture, which has lost its solid nature, that tends to flow along the slope. So that process is the solifluction. Here you see, according to the scale given by Cruden and Vardis back in 1996, 25 years back. So different kinds of movements along slope, like fall, topple, slide, spread, etc. They have been classified on the basis of whether it is bedrock, which is involved in movement, or coarse-grained soil or fine-grained soil. So for bedrock, all these classes would be rock fall, rock topple, rock slide, etc. For coarse-grained material, the word debris is used, and for fine-grained, earth fall, earth topple, sometimes the word mud is also used here. So here the classification of slides, with reference to their velocity. They are extremely rapid, like 5 meters per second, extremely rapid to very rapid, this range. Then they are rapid, moderate, then extremely slow. You can see just under 2 mm per year. So that is a gradual, slow creep. So these are all signs of instability. Now talking a bit of avalanches. So generally avalanche is the term for the very high speedy movement of a large body of snow and ice, which is sliding on a steep slope at a very high speed. So steeper slope tend to accumulate uh, snow, keeping a deep snowpack from building up. Of course, when there is a lot of thick snow cover, it has to slide down. So it is said on the basis of empirical studies that avalanche risk is at its greatest 24 hours following a snowfall of 12 inches or more. So 24 hours are very risky when 12 inches or more of snowfall has taken place. So they are seen to have velocities reaching 130 kilometers within 5 seconds. So various modes of landsliding which are common in our northern areas, particularly on Karakoram Highway, they include falls and topples and slides, whether rotational or translational, lateral spreads, as well as flows, in which debris or mud would flow with high moisture content. So far as the planar sliding is concerned, it could be a plane, one plane, or a combination of two planes, making a wedge or a circular kind of sliding. Here you see the common mass movement with regard to speed, slow and fast. So you have slowest here, like solidification and creep, then slumping, then you see this volcanic mud flows, lahars, debris, and then very fast, you see, ultimately kind of proportion of avalanche. A view of the solidification, in which snow and ice which has melted partly with high moisture content uh, in areas where there's a lot of snowfall. Soil moving with that, you see solidification. Now, very briefly, after giving overview, general remedial measures. Well, say if this is original slope, it can be flattened, very easy, slope flattening. Or if this is the steeper slope, we can make more weight close to the toe with the drainage system. Here we are removing weight from the head. So the successful key lies in controlling a landslide on reduction of load on the top and increasing some weight close to the toe, so that there is a kind of restraining effect, holding effect. On the other hand, you can see reduction in toe can be achieved by reduction in weight can be achieved by removing weight from the top, making a berm, making a bench, a horizontal bench, and if we add up horizontal cover at the of the soil at the toe, this is called berm. So there's a difference between berm at the toe, and bench in the body of the slope. So in addition, as I talked earlier, taking care of drainage, different subsurface drains, and you see drains within the slope, you see sloping drain, or you see vertical drainage system, sometimes the vertical drainage wells, which can be pumped out, you see, so that the water can be taken out of the slope. In addition, growth of vegetation and trees, which have roots not spreading only laterally, but going somewhat deep. So you can see here, if this is the potential failure surface and the roots of the plants or trees are extending below that potential surface, so that kind of sliding tendency, which is shown here, will be inhibited to a reasonable extent. So vegetation is a good help. And when we see that some sliding area has kind of avalanche tendency, you can see here a structure constructed to carry the avalanche above it, so that the communication link on the road that can continue. So this is not, I mean, interfering in the nature, rather allowing it to happen, but not disturbing the civil structure like a roadway. In many parts of our country, this is a very common means for addressing small slides or less sliding forces, low sliding forces. Gabion and masonry walls, they are becoming wider at the bottom. As a rule of thumb, the base height for stability is at least 70% of the height. The base width is about 70% of the height. So here you see masonry construction and stones you see put in the baskets of wire called wire created gabions. And here in Murray area and Kashmiri Bazaar area, this is a way of addressing huge quantity of water on the surface by making a cascade stepped drain to drain the water off the slope. And here you can see providing some kind of breast walls to hold the water, and on Islamabad Murray dual carriageway, one notes, and in many other retention works, which are, could be RC works or other type, that weep holes are provided. The purpose is to drain the water out. Draining water out from the slope adds to its stability and strength and averts the risk of landsliding to a reasonable degree. So here you see a series of retention walls. You see reinforced concrete walls on the Islamabad Murray dual carriageway. So that is one part, that how by using simple ways, by putting trees and plants, by controlling drainage, by decreasing weight on the head and increasing weight on the toe, we can increase the stability of a slope and reduce the risk of sliding. And here you see, if this is a relic shear surface, the old shear surface, which is known that along this sliding, some movement has been taking place. So putting piles, you see, or deep foundations to hold this movement, or putting small diameter piles called micropiles. And a network of that is called reticulated micropiles that can be driven, you see, in the slope, so that they interfere with the potential sliding plane and can hold it. Similarly, use of geosynthetic reinforcement into the sliding surface, you see. This is the stable unreinforced slope at a flatter angle, but if we want to put reinforcement, we can also make it a steeper slope. You see, we can save the material and it can be a steeper slope. And these reinforcements of polypropylene and polyester combination or metal, they are running and going well ahead of the potential failure surface to hold the sliding. Or even anchoring or bolting has been used. So these are also effective, particularly in rocks, in holding the blocks of rocks from moving down. And you can see here anchor reinforced slopes here. Yeah, you can see these are the anchor points, and that they are, you see, short plated. Concrete is sprayed on the surface of after putting a net of wire. So here also soil nails. Nails are shorter length reinforcement going into the slope and shortcutting on the face. So say this is a railway line or a roadway link, and if it can fail like this, and if nails are put like this, they will hold the sliding. So the finished surface could look like this after shortcutting. I like to tell that there's another very effective way. I'll give a case history in the end if time is there. This is a plaza to be constructed in Murray. Actually, this was abandoned. But if we have a multi-storied complex on an unstable slope, we can use a combination of piles and tie-back anchors. Red color are the tie-back anchors, and piles are provided under the structure. You see, they can be a part of the structure along the slope moving down, and many of them have the tie-back anchors. They could be long anchors to hold the slope from sliding or failing. And here you see use of reinforced earth in controlling the sliding tendency of a failed slope. Reinforced earth construction, you can see here, they're going reinforcement going into the backfill. And this is the example of a completed slope which had failed at Jika Gali at 2 points. There's an L junction at Jika Gali where there was failure during construction of car parking plaza, 13-story car parking plaza to accommodate something like 1,000 cars. So that had failed, you see, because of some reasons, because of poor control during construction. Cutting was done at the toe, and heavy excavations were done during heavy rainfall, and the measures to take care of the drainage were inappropriate, so it had failed on two ends. And this is securing it with reinforced earth, and it is working well. As I said earlier in my beginning of the lecture, that we are not going in the landslide activity, we are not going to eliminate the risk to zero. So what happens is, if you look at the events, before construction, there is certain magnitude of risk, and during construction, risk is perhaps going to increase by due to unscrupulous construction practices. And after the works are complete, the risk level is reduced depending on what kind of intervention, what kind of mitigation is adopted. So this is the benefit. Now, this remaining risk is taken care of by the measures like periodic inspection and maintenance, you see. So that is considered worldwide a part of the landslide controlling program, in the landslide mitigation program. If you look at the risk and cost relationship, when uh, risk is high, we have incurred low money, less cost on the mitigation measures. If you spend more money, we'll reduce the risk. So it is an interrelationship, a kind of trade-off between the risk that we gonna accept and the kind of money, the investment that we can make. If we make very heavy investment, very heavy mitigation measures, of course, risk will be reduced. Now, let's briefly look at what steps are required for studying a landslide. So it starts from reconnaissance, which is common for all engineering works. Then use of satellite images, which is very useful. Then some field studies, including topo survey, or some drilling, field testing, sampling, geophysical surveys, followed by some special laboratory tests. For landslide areas, we are particularly interested to find out the residual strength of soil. You see, there are two types of strengths of soil. One is the peak strength, other is the residual strength. The peak strength corresponds to the peak value of the strength parameters. But when a lot of movement or creep has taken place, the strength reduces to a lower value. That is called the residual strength, and that is what is operative, and that is what is to be used in the engineering analysis. We get a lot of useful information of a landslide area alongside geotechnical investigation by instrumentation and monitoring too. Then there are engineering and geological analysis, and on the basis of all these studies, you see, we are able to design the landslide menace, the mitigation measures. Generally, we use slope stability analysis, and in the slope stability analysis of a landslide, we use a very common method called limit equilibrium method, in which equilibrium of resisting and disturbing forces or resisting and disturbing moments, that is found out, and the ratio of the two is called, a very common term, factor of safety. If we can build up the earthquake in that by equivalent horizontal force, so that's called a pseudostatic analysis. On the other hand, dynamic analysis are also carried out to find the deformations in response to a seismic event, in response to the earthquake condition. So factor of safety will be simply a ratio in the landslide studies of the stabilizing forces, which give the strength to the destabilizing forces, which disturb the sliding area and cause the downward movement. So normally we tend to keep in general operational conditions a factor of safety of 1.5, and under static condition, and under earthquake loads something like 1.1. So this has been the principle which is adopted, you see, in Pakistan as well as worldwide too. So just to further elaborate the factor of safety, say this yellow line, this is a slope, and say this can fail along this transitional surface, this is a failure plane. So during that onset, this material in this triangle will move down, but its movement will be resisted along this light blue line, the failure plane. So at this plane, factor of safety is the restoring forces or moments, I mean the resisting forces which are acting upward to capture the slide, to hold it, and divided by the reverse direction of disturbing forces. So simply, this is the ratio in a landslide analysis. Here you see of a hospital site in Murray. This is the actual geological profile, and the hospital building has been designed in such a way that it is resting on piles, and piles are considered primarily in order to hold the sliding plane. This sliding surface, you see, this also includes, you see, passes through some piles also. So this gives a fairly high factor of safety of 1.96. Had piles not been there, then the safety factor would have dropped to a very low value. Although piles are not required for the structure from the static stability point of view, they are required from dynamic stability point of view. So let me highlight very briefly on the two types of limit equilibrium methods. One we call back analysis, in which we see the slide having happened at the site and then capture the head and the toe, the sliding, and then we are able, after capturing the point of head and the point of toe, we draw a kinematically possible trajectory of the sliding plane. And a plane, a circular failure plane, you can say, which passes through the 2 points. So we fix a factor of safety of 1, which is just a balanced condition of stability, and to find out by back analysis, by iteration, that what are the responsible shearing strength parameters. Once we determine those shearing strength parameters, then we can, for many other slopes in the area, we can find out the probable failure plane, and we can take the mitigative measures accordingly. This is, well, I think we have had a look. Just to again highlight, you see, this is the head, and this is, you see, main scarp, and this is the minor scarp after having taken place, the sliding surface, and this is the toe of surface of rupture and foot of the slope. So you can see visibly there is a rise in the upheaval in the soil level or in the ground level here because of the sliding phenomenon. So second limit equilibrium method is the direct routine stability analysis in comparison to the back analysis. That we actually, in the back analysis, we are aiming at finding shearing strength parameters by reverse calculation. In the routine analysis, we know the shearing strength parameters determined by laboratory tests, like triaxial compression tests, like direct shear tests. Then we run the stability analysis, different iterations, and find out that failure surface, which gives us the minimum factor of safety. And once we find the surface giving the minimum factor of safety, that is the potential sliding surface. And we can find out the mass contained in that to find the mass which can slide. And if a structure has to be planned, we can plan the structure with its foundation system so strong that it can even resist the sliding mass. So we can easily design mitigation measures once we know the force of the sliding. And if we include the effect of earthquake by equivalent static force, then that will be called a pseudo-static analysis. And this is very common. And for this, we require a minimum safety factor of 1.1. On the other hand, dynamic analysis for important slopes are essentially carried out. So first of all, we require for that acceleration time history, which is applicable, and it is prepared, scaled up or scaled down to make it appropriate. Then appropriate methods are used for dynamic analysis. One of those methods, which is very popular, is Sarma's method. It lets us calculate the dynamic displacement, and we have to see that the dynamic displacement is within limits, or we have to take some strengthening measures to control it, right? It can well happen that the static analysis may declare a slope to be unstable, like it can yield a factor of safety of only 0.7. But on the basis of dynamic analysis, we see that the displacements are low. So that would be acceptable. This means that the static analysis or limit equilibrium based analysis are approximate, and the actual refined analysis, which shows the performance of the structure, is the dynamic analysis. I will just very briefly let you know that in order to know the actual behavior of the slopes, before any mitigation measures and after installation of mitigation measures, we have to monitor the behavior of the slope by different instruments. So one of them is extensometers, which tell us the vertical movement you see at different points in the slope. Inclinometers, which tell us the lateral movements in two directions on a slope. So this can be installed at various points. So this way we can have X, Y, and Z movements, and this is what routinely we have been doing, particularly in many landslide areas in Pakistan, in Murree in particular. Strain gauges are used, or settlement markers, settlement gauges are used to find the strain, and surface settlement markers are very good help to keep monitoring their levels periodically. They give the indication of movement as well as the direction. Pressure cells to...
Sir?
Hello?
Sir, kindly conclude your
Okay.
presentation as VC Sub has another engagement.
Okay.
Thank you.
I will just finish it up. Just let me reach the end. It's a bit getting lengthy. I will just tell you that there's a lot of hazard of slides on Karakoram Highway. And on Karakoram Highway, the terrain conditions are mountains, and you see steep slopes, and you see extreme weather conditions and jointed rocks, etc. So I will just like to tell you that general method. I will just show you a slide in which I will tell you that what has been done in Karakoram Highway, some of the notorious slide areas. This is at Thakot, and yeah, but I will show you the measures taken, yeah, in this section. At Thakot, you can see here, this is the intact rock underneath, and this yellow color is the slided mass, and this is the colloquium here. Here you see masonry breastfall. If this is old road and it has to be widened, you see, it can be shifted, but making construction on the valley side, not cutting on the mountain side. This is a principle on Karakoram Highway. Avoid cutting as much as possible on the mountain side. And here, a barrier wall to catch the bouncing stones, stony fragment, and this is the drain to trap those stones. So this is one here with a heavy retention gravity wall on the other side. So let me show you something about, well, I will show you about Jhiga Gali. I showed you this image, and I just would like to show you that there were two slides as I told you. You can see on the Kuldana road end, this was the quasi-stable area after sliding. This road is running on the top. You see, this is a very dangerous look now. It started giving after sliding. And on the other side, towards Bhurban side, relatively stable area. And again, you see, it was so much disturbed. So what was done? One is the huge drainage system. You can see different types of drains. So systematically surface and subsurface drains. You can see the cascade drain. You can see the arch type retention wall to hold the downward movement of the slope, etc. And ultimately in this section you can see the upper reinforced earth and lower unreinforced slope, which was finally adopted and during construction, along with walls of large diameter piles, 4 feet piles, 4 rows here you can see at the toe to hold the sliding force of the mountain. So in our study of cable car route, we found out that at a point from Masyali to Old Commissioner's Camp, there were many old relics, failure surfaces. So these routes were simply rejected. At Basagali, when extension was required recently for the car parking area, we met a problem of sliding and movement. So what was done? Water was taken out by installing horizontal drainage holes, and we saw that there was a stability. The movement stopped. With time, you can see over 6 months. Well,
Sir, I beg your
so,
pardon, sir.
and thank you very much. I'm sorry for having taken a bit longer time. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir, for very interesting and knowledgeable presentation. And we would like to hear you again in coming sessions. Now, I would like to invite our worthy Vice Chancellor, Qaid-e-Azam University, Professor Muhammad Ali Shah sir. Sir, Qaid-e-Azam University, once again, as I said in my opening speech, is number one due to your endless efforts, vast experience, and hard work, and incredible support to all faculty. Sir, please.
Thank you very much, Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. First of all, I would like to thank the Honorable Professor Iqbal Chaudhary, Coordinator General Comstech, Professor Dr. Shahid Beg, Chairman Pakistan Science Foundation, and I would further like to acknowledge the efforts of Dr. Mona Liza and her team for arranging such a wonderful international conference. I am also thankful to Dr. Kibriya that we are non-technical people, but we thoroughly enjoyed his very elaborate research topic regarding the landsliding, which is very informative even for the conservation, for the preservation of nature and many other environmental issues. So it was very comprehensive, and I was trying to understand. And I think Dr. Iqbal Chaudhary, myself, Dr. Shahid Beg, we are all biologists, and it was very informative for us. And I look forward that this will be a very successful conference. And as Dr. Iqbal Chaudhary said, and Dr. Shahid Beg said, that if we want to move forward in our science, in our technology, we have to collaborate. And the organizations like comstech, like Pakistan Science Foundation, and the universities, if we collaborate today, this is a result of a collaboration. And we further look forward to do a lot of collaborative work. And as Dr. Shahid Beg said, that there will be a support for holding the conferences, seminars. There is a huge grant available at the platform of Pakistan Science Foundation. And we also are a very strong partners with comstech. And I appreciate, since Dr. Iqbal Chaudhary joined comstech, he's very active. And his collaboration with Qaid-e-Azam University is very evident from different activities which we are doing. And I look forward to do more activities in collaboration with comstech. And we all wish and pray that this pandemic will be over very soon. And then we'll assume our activities of collaborating with our international partners, all the members of the comstech nations. So, and we also look forward that in future, tomorrow, we are holding a conference here in Qaid-e-Azam University. Dr. Shahid Beg is coming over. And we look forward that we will be doing a lot of work together. I would like to take this opportunity to inform our honorable members and the audience that Qaid-e-Azam University is in a process to establish a science and technology park. And for that, we'll be needing a great support from comstech and from Pakistan Science Foundation. And because this is a way forward that universities, if they want to excel and if they want to contribute towards nation and towards international research projects and to support our students, the Science and Technology Park is must, and we are a little late in establishing this park, but we'll be inviting you people soon for the inauguration of Qaid-e-Azam University Science and Technology Park. But I would request Comstech and Pakistan Science Foundation both to have their offices in our Science and Technology Park, so that we'll come more close to each other and we'll be doing a lot of work together. Once again, Dr. Mona and her team, I congratulate, I appreciate your efforts for holding this conference. It's not only seismology or earthquakes, it has a wider diversity, which is particularly related to the conservation and to the global environmental impacts and the global warming and so many other environmental activities which are going on. Because we are looking and seeing the different speeches and research projects coming, that the world will be changing very fast, and we can witness an environmental disasters which could be bigger than this pandemic. So I think by studying the earth and the changes which are happening in the earth, it is very important for us to devise a strategy for the sustainable Professor Dr. Shahid Beg and Professor Dr. Mona Lisa and all our faculty members and all our audience. So thank you very much, and look forward to listening to very knowledgeable speeches and research talks today. So once again, I am thankful and wish you a success in today's conference. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Shah. Thank you.
Thank you. Over to Dr. Mona.
Thank you very much, sir. Now I would like to invite Dr. Hassan for vote of thanks. Dr. Hassan, please.
Thank you very much. इसको म्यूट कर दो. His Excellency. I hope my audio is clear. Okay. Thank you very much, His Excellency Professor Dr. Muhammad Iqbal Chaudhry, Coordinator General Comstech, Professor Dr. Shahid Mahmood Beg, Chairman Pakistan Science Foundation, Professor Dr. Muhammad Ali Shah, the Vice Chancellor Qaid-e-Azam University, and our keynote speaker, the Head of R&D Department, NASPAC, Geotechnical Engineer, Mr. Suhail Kibriya. We actually scheduled a keynote speak by Dr. John Neblik. We'll try to accommodate him on some other time in another slot. So let's see at a later time. Distinguished speakers, delegates, ladies and gentlemen, I feel privileged and honored to have been given this opportunity to extend a vote of thanks for this comstech-QU International Seminar on seismicity, seismotectonic, seismic hazard, including geological and geophysical aspects, which is a joint venture activity under Comstech Consortium of Excellence and on behalf of conveners Comstech and QU. First of all, I would like to propose hearty vote of thanks to our chief guest, Professor Dr. Muhammad Ali, the worthy Vice Chancellor Qaeda University Islamabad, and we all know it's the #1 university in Pakistan and highly ranked internationally, for gracing today's seminar and delivering the inaugural address. Thank you, sir, for your very interesting and thought-provoking address. I'm sure that all the participants have taken note of your suggestions and will be discussing within their organizations the actions to be initiated at their levels. My thanks to our guest of honor, Professor Dr. Shahid Mahmood Baig, who is the chairman, Pakistan Science Foundation, for presenting his valuable views. I must remark a proficient sense of gratefulness to him for sharing us with his highly sparkling words. And one personal comment for him, I personally know him since he was graduate student at Qaeda University, and he has been a true inspiration for me. I would like to express our profound gratitude to His Excellency, Professor Dr. Muhammad Iqbal Chaudhry, Coordinator General Comstech, for hosting this seminar under Comstech Consortium of Excellence pertaining to natural disaster like earthquake in OIC countries and in our globe worldwide. We are looking forward to further collaborating with Comstech on several future projects. I extend my generous thanks to those guests, especially who have joined us from long distance, that include many countries such as Saudi Arabia, UAE, Italy, Germany, USA, UK, Iran, and China for their participation. It's not possible to thank everyone for such an appreciating involvement and the willingness that they have expressed to participate in this seminar, as we have around 450 registrations for this event, which is in a sense record for this kind of event. And I'm grateful to the whole management of this event, especially Professor Mona Lisa and Mr. Muhammad Haris Akram from Comstech. I'm also confident that the amount of effort vested in organization of this seminar will make this event a memorable one for all the delegates and be as successful as ever. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, our heartfelt gratitude, and may God bless us all. Thank you very much. Dr. Mona, please continue.
Thank you very much, Dr. Hassan, for a vote of thanks. And now inauguration session ends, and technical session 1 starts with the lecture or talk of Professor Dr. Abdul Karim Audia. Professor Karim Audia is serving as head of the section of Physics of Solid Earth in International Center of Theoretical Physics, ICTP, Trieste, Italy. His research interests are mechanics of earthquakes and faulting, structure and rheology of lithosphere, an active earthquake and volcanic regions, physics of transient deformation, active tectonics, and earthquake hazard. The current topic, or the title of his talk, is Earthquake Cycle and Transient Deformations, Insights from Italian Earthquakes. Professor Audia.
So hello, everyone. So it's a real pleasure to be here with you guys, and good morning from Italy. I hope that you hear me, all right? Mona Lisa, do you hear me? That's fine.
Yes,
hello?
we can. Yes, we can hear you.
You can hear me, all right?
Let me introduce you. Did you hear my introduction about yourself?
That's fine. That's fine. You do not need to introduce me. That's fine. It's fine with me. Well, if you hear me, then I'm happy with it. So I would like to share my screen then.
Okay.
So,
Sir, would you like to share your screen now?
yes, I'm doing it. So then, before I get started, it's a real pleasure to be again in Pakistan, but virtually this round. So my connection with Pakistan goes back to many participants, many Pakistani students and participants and associates to ICTP activities. And Mona Lisa was among them in the old time, and now she's really a well-established professor, and I'm very happy to see her extremely active and trying to do things in Pakistan. And I think that
Thank you very much. Thank you.
NSF and all the structures that are involved should be really providing necessary funding for all the endeavor that are going on. And just to add something on this, my very recent connection with Pakistan goes with two former students, and one of them is back home, and he got his PhD with me. His name is Farhan Javad, and he's an earthquake mechanicist. And I think that he's a valuable earthquake mechanicist, and I really would love to see him involved in and given the means to do things in Pakistan, because I think that he can make a big difference and a big contribution. And Farhan works on continental faults, and he's really active in mechanical modeling. And he's another student that has finished very recently, and he's now doing his postdoctoral position at University of Oregon, and his name is Khurram Aslam. And Khurram is an expert in dynamic earthquake rupture modeling, and he's now working on Cascadia at the University of Oregon. And I think that his contribution would be definitely important as far as Macron is concerned. So these are my little 2 cents to the politics. So if I have now to get to the slides, then let me just share my PowerPoint. I hope that you see my PowerPoint. So if you see my PowerPoint, I'm starting with a slide just to highlight the fact that we've come a long way in monitoring and modeling earthquake deformation, and the Pakistani earthquake is one of these ones. I will be focusing in my talk on Italian earthquakes, but my main interest in earthquake physics is really to understand what is going on in plate boundaries, and specifically in continental regions where the implications to the society are very important. And anything that we do has implications, should be done within a time span of interest to the society. And then specifically here, what I call the time span of interest to the society is the time span of the life or the lifetime of a building. So then our contribution should not be, I mean, this is always when I talk to my colleagues in geology, then anything that you should provide in active tectonics should have implications in the time scale, to the time scales of buildings and infrastructures. So the way, these are very conceptual models. I mean, the way we look at the deformation in plate boundaries is to understand whether, I mean, our plate boundary work in a localized deformation scheme in which faults do go down to the plastosphere and sample their engine, or faults are distributed and they shed down at the transition between your schistosphere and your plastosphere, what you think is the seismogenic layer. And to do this, you need a lot of seismology and a lot of GPS and a lot of accurate geology and earthquake geology to understand the evolution of your plate boundary. At the same time, if you take a single fault, one single fault tends to exhibit a continuous spectrum of deformation that would be going from sort of time-dependent deformation up to the time where they generate earthquakes and fast earthquakes or earthquakes with a super shear rupture velocity. And these are information that we are now gaining from GPS data sets and from strong motion data sets, while these information were already available in rock mechanics experiments. I mean, we knew about this a long time ago. And while the hypothetical stress evolution in which we're working on, I mean, that we were used to, as far as our earthquake cycle is concerned, is a very simple one in the old time where you have a stress loading that is followed by an earthquake, and do not take this time periodicity or time recurrence as a periodic thing. It's just a very simple sketch just to show that the old way we were viewing the earthquake cycle was too far easy. All the rock mechanics were already telling us that the experiments, I mean, were showing that the system is a little bit different, where you have transient creeping in the system and transient motion in the system with accelerations prior to the failure and so on and so forth. So now the way we view the earthquake cycle has changed tremendously. So we're not viewing the earthquake cycle as just a very simple stick-slip mechanism, but we view it as a complicated object in which the different phases of your earthquake cycle, where the post-seismic healing, for instance, is an important phase, as well as the cool seismic healing, are important phases that we are understanding a little bit better right now. And transient deformation are affecting, even to some extent, the interseismic deformation rates that we're measuring in the field. So we need to be extremely careful in the way we assess our slip rates, in the way we compare our slip rates to the geodetic slip rates to the geological slip rates, and so on and so forth. So then from rock mechanics experiments, and this is a work by Di Toro, I mean, this is a review paper by Di Toro et al. In 2012 regarding what the earthquake cycle would look like from rock mechanics experiments, where friction values would go to nearly zero values during your dynamic rupture. And of course, I mean, someone would always tell, hey, listen, these are rock mechanics experiments that are done within a time and length scales that are not representative of what the Earth looks like. Then at that point, my answer to the question is, let's go to the lab and to the natural lab. Then from rock mechanics experiments that you're used to do, that I was used to do when I was an engineering student myself, then this experiment should be done at the scale of the lithosphere, which is on the right-hand side. Is a beautiful rupture of the 1980 Al Aslam earthquake 7.3, where you see a beautiful flexural slip fault base popping up at the surface with an average co-seismic displacement of 2.5 meters. Then a natural lab experiment would start with then a deployment of instruments, seismological instruments, then GPS instruments to define establish the geometry of the system and the initial and boundary conditions. And then you take the relevant deformation measurements, and here you can rely on all the information that you may gather in your area of interest. And these information should be covering the full time span of the earthquake cycle as far as you can go. And then you tie all this with very simple physics or very simple modeling, in which you could also rely on high performance computing to make your picture, your time and length scales a little bit more reasonable for. And this may carry a sort of predictive power here. The word predictive, I'm not a big fan of earthquake prediction myself. I'm a physicist, but we can always talk about future stress patterns, but the timing is always an issue. And this is the way the contribution, this is the way I see things moving a little bit in Pakistan. I think that we need more data sets within the system. It has to, it's time for the funding agencies to plug into the university system and into the research centers. I mean, you have a very respectable research centers that could do that could handle easily the experimental part, and deploying instrument is badly needed. I think that in the surroundings of these big cities like Islamabad and Karachi, we need more GPS, we need more strong motion, we need more broadband stations. So I think that this would have been done preferably yesterday, but there is no time we can't lose more time, because the next earthquake will be devastating. So going ahead, then these are issues regarding in some ways the time scale, and then when it goes to the length scales, we need a good understanding of length scales connected to the earthquake cycle. I mean, the picture that you see on the left is just what the co-seismic slip deformation following an earthquake. In this specific case, it's a normal faulting earthquake following the Italian earthquakes here. These are the length scales that you may have, that you may look into your system. While if you have to chase the post-seismic deformation, in which I think that this is a very, very interesting phase within your earthquake cycle that would allow you to chase the properties, the mechanical properties of both your fault and your medium, than your lithosphere, then you see that the length scales are getting far bigger and far longer. And it's on the base of these understanding of this very simple physics and very simplistic models that you would deploy your instruments. We do not do deployment. Just deployment is expensive. When we buy instruments, funding agencies, when they give us funding, that they would like to see us using these funding in a very, very efficient way. And physics should be telling you the way you deploy your instruments. And further to this, further to the mechanical issues regarding faulting, we also need to understand what happens. What is the structure of the Earth? What are the thicknesses that we're talking about in terms of your elastic layer, and how these faults are basically taking up their strains or taking up their engine, whether these faults are localized in the system, they are continuously sliding time-dependent fashion within the blastosphere, or they are ending up in sheared rocks, or they shut down on at the base of your seismogenic layer. And this hints into a little bit simplistic viscoelastic mineralogical modeling of the system that is also needed. So getting you to Italy, Italy is a fantastic place. I mean, we're not talking about a very high rate of deformation. This is a relatively small place compared to the sizes of Pakistan or the sizes of Iran or these very, very active and fast deforming regions in the Middle East or in Southeast Asia. Italy is quite peculiar. We see plenty of different types of deformation. There are you have extension along the Apennines, along the Apennine chain here, and then you have compression along the frontal part of the Alpine chain in here, and then you have transgression and then strike slip. In the place where I'm based myself, we have huge right lateral strike slips that are just nearby the city of Trieste. This is a natural lab in which you could look at different faulting geometries, and today I will stick to the normal faulting. If you look at the focal solutions, these are telling you that the seismicity is quite well organized along the top of the Apennines, and then you see that all your normal faultings are basically a little bit more localized than someone may think. And this is the distribution of the seismicity along all the chain, and then we will be looking at the most recent earthquakes that took place in here in the central part of Italy. When it goes to basically the early works here, I think that it's clear that the work done by Helen Anderson and James Jackson in 1987 is still a very valid work, where we see all these focal solutions, these early focal solutions that were computed showing normal faulting along the Apennines, and then thrust faulting and reverse faulting on the other side of the Balkan and Dinarites and the Alpine chain, is telling us that you have the Adriatic plate is a sort of anti-clockwise rotating and opening the Italian peninsula and closing up here the Dinaric part. And all the recent works have been improving the system, of course, but this work remains extremely timely and valid as far as kinematics of the deformation is concerned. And these are the most recent pictures that you could get out of the National Institute of Geophysics and then done by Nicola D'Agostino. And you can see here the velocity field, and this is an important velocity field that tells us on how the plate boundary is accommodating the deformation. And these are the very, very simple kinematics of Adria. This velocity field seems to require, like your Adriatic rigid block that was considered the rigid block should be split into microplates. And you will see that I will be arguing that this microplate is not as rigid as someone may think right now from the knowledge of the Earth structure. And the person that everyone knows in seismology is called Omori, 1909 here. This is a work that he did after the 1908 Messina earthquake, and with this very, very nice plot of the seismicity of the historical earthquakes that affected Italy. And this is, at that time, that was quite a challenge. I mean, these are a type of plots that you would see now done on the San Andreas, on the Northern Anatolian Fault, showing gaps and showing places in which earthquakes took place. And then if you look at the most recent seismicity, then the most recent seismicity just filled the different gaps that Omori was drawing with his pen. And the most recent seismicity has been basically, and here in this specific case, we will be going from 1997, where a magnitude 6 took place up to the most recent one, the 2016 Amatrice earthquake following the L'Aquila earthquake. So to this knowledge, then GPS is telling us, and this is from Nicola's work, that the second invariant of strain rate is extremely localized along the high topography of your Apennines. And this is telling us that the type of deformation that we would expect might have a connection with some types of body forces in the system. And transient deformations are not something that we found just recently, but this goes back to a work that I did a long time ago in Geophysical Journal, where we found one of the most interesting, or the big focus on which we were interested to look at, is this huge gap that you see here between the northern part of the peninsula and the southern part in Calabria that is still empty, that we think will be the site of the next devastating earthquake in Italy. And this is called the Pollino Range. And this Pollino Range trenching were done by Daniela Pantosti, Francesca Cinti from INGV. And the first deployment of GPS instruments has shown us that GPS is completely different from the geological slip rates. For one reason is that the GPS time series were containing a lot of transients within the system that we started understanding a little bit later on. Now, this is a very simple comparison of what is going on in the central Mediterranean, that you see the Hellenic arc on one side, in which the rate of deformation are extremely high, and then just few kilometers nearby, you see that the velocity field of the Italian peninsula is far, far, far slower. And the processes are really, really, in some ways, may allude to something that is different. As the boundary conditions, of course, are different from this system to this system, where you have a lot of space to accommodate your deformation, while in here, the old geology is constraining that the spaces in which the deformation is accommodated are tiny. And understanding these processes does not, playing with kinematics in this specific case might be misleading if you do not understand the Earth structure. So the understanding of the Earth structure is extremely important. These are things that I've been doing together with my students, with my PhD students, and then looking at ambient noise seismic tomography or surface wave tomography, and looking at the lithosphere-asthenosphere system within all the central part of the Mediterranean, focusing on both seas and the Adria and the Tyrrhenian, and with a focus on the Apennines. And the main results, and this is an effort that started in 2007 with the work that we did across the 1997 earthquake sequence that took place in central Italy. And this section shows you the geometry of your lithosphere-asthenosphere system, where we image a high velocity body that is likely delaminating from our crust. And we understood at that time with a very simple 2D model that buoyancy forces were running the system, and the buoyancy forces within the system were basically putting into high stress regime the intermediate seismicity region, in which we were getting earthquakes at a depth between 20 and 90 kilometers. And it was also putting into a high stress regime the shallow part with the coexisting compression and extension on the peninsula. And from that work, then we used more data sets, and looking at the geometry of the lithosphere-asthenosphere system, and here specifically on the Tyrrhenian. This is a paper published in Scientific Report with a PhD student, Daniel, from Ghana. And then we've been imaging all the very interesting features that we found out beneath the Tyrrhenian Sea, and an exhumed mantle basement that is extremely shallow, that looks like more of an exhumed mantle rather than an oceanic basement below. These one of the largest volcanic complex beneath the central Mediterranean area, called the Vavilov volcanic complex. So on the Adriatic side, we understand now that the Moho structure is not the lithosphere. the plate here that was considered as a rigid finger of Africa is not as a homogeneous body. And on both sides, you see that the Moho, on the dynaric part, you see high values of Moho here. And this is the place where Andrei Mohorovicic has defined it for the first time, the Moho thickness with very large values. Then we've been confirming the work of Mohorovicic, of course, here. But you see that even along the strike of the Adriatic plate here of the microplate, the thickness of the moho is variable, and then it varies accordingly with features that you would see within the bathymetry as well. And then if you look also at the thickness of the lithosphere along the Adriatic finger of Africa, the thicknesses are completely different. And then you see here a thickening of your lithosphere beneath the Adriatic, and this thickening, this sudden thickening of the lithosphere plus the change within the moho geometry corresponds to a big, huge topographic features that we found out thanks to seismic applied geophysics done by OGS and the Marine Geophysics Institute in Bologna. So then we start to understand that the tectonic deformation that is going on, or big part of the deviatoric stress that you would see, and this is a feed of the GPS velocity field using a buoyancy model within the system that I developed together with Farhan Javed before he leaves Trieste. It seems like buoyancy is doing a little bit, a big part of the deformation along the Apennines, at least within that part of the Apennines there is a relatively small rate, which is the central part of the Apennines, in which you have rates of the order of 2-3 millimeters per year going on. So now, if we go to the single structures, and I'll be a little bit talking to you about a very recent work done with a former PhD student about seismicity rate changes and geodetic transients in central Apennines that was just published a few weeks ago in GRL. What we did is that we looked at the earthquake sequence that took place also in Amatrice. These are the normal faulting that you would see. These are different GPS stations, permanent GPS stations, and then these are different seismological stations. Some of them are strong motion instruments. And we've been playing with both data sets and looking at defining the geometries of the system and then trying to understand what was going on since 2000 prior to the L'Aquila earthquake, and looking at the evolution of the system in time. So what you see here from the relocation of or from the earthquake detection is it seems like the normal faults are basically flattening and reaching here a décollement plane, and this décollement seems to be quite an important object, an important structure that controls that has an effect on the normal faulting system on the top. So needless to say, this connects also to an early work that we did after the 1997 earthquake, Umbria Marche earthquake, where we deployed the first GPS stations. These are GPS stations that I deployed together with colleagues from the Polytechnic of Milan, chasing the deformation across the fault that was reactivated by the 1997 earthquake. And then our understanding is that this the fault that was reactivating was exhibiting two important features. There was a mid-crustal layer and a transition layer that was between the upper crust and the lower crust that was viscoelastic, viscoelastically relaxing in a quite an impressive way. At the same time, there was a long-lasting afterslip that was exhibited at the flat region beneath the normal fault. And later on came L'Aquila, and L'Aquila was quite interesting. This is a paper that shows exactly that the normal faulting in L'Aquila, this is the fault that is responsible of the earthquake, ends up into a décollement plane, and this décollement has exhibited a slow slip event of magnitude in total. That was a magnitude 6.1 slow slip event that we've detected from the GPS. And here you see the transient in which your vector motion is completely 180 degrees asymmetrical to the interseismic regime in the area. And by taking this décollement that has moved during the slow slip event, this was almost a month prior to the main shock, we succeed to, the stress modeling that was done was really fitting the extent of all the aftershock sequence and even the off-fault aftershock sequence in the following L'Aquila. Then we have a clear understanding that seemingly slow slip event has loaded up the L'Aquila fault. In the paper, the editor insisted to have this precursory slow slip. Myself, I'm a little bit skeptical about the fact that this was precursory, or we've identified a slow slip that has loaded the 2009, but whether this is precursory or not, I mean, this is another deal. And specifically, this the GPS deformation that was observed was the slow slip event that is detected from the principal component analysis that you see with the red line here was fitting an increase within the foreshock sequence, and this increase with the foreshock sequence coincided with a change within the VP over VS ratio that was identified by different authors from INGV. At the same time, a high resolution earthquake detection that was done by other colleagues from the National Institute of Geophysics here in Trieste, they found a redistribution of the repeaters, and the repeaters were basically getting closer to the nucleation point when the slow slip event has taken place. So there is a lot of physics in terms of earthquake generation processes here that are clearly promising, but of course, I mean, this does not provide any clue on the timing when the next earthquake is going to take place. So then we went to look at the 2016 earthquake, and this is a very simple plot of all the earthquakes that were detected by different groups. And then you see that the thickness of the seismogenic layer in the Apennines does not exceed 12 kilometers. Then it's in general 10 kilometers. At the depth of 10 kilometers, you do locate a decollement plane that is coming out from the dip seismic sounding profiling from the seismicity and the focal solution of some moderate sized earthquakes that you would see with a flat nodal plane at this depth. And what we did in this work is we combined then the strong motion inversion of a number of moderate sized earthquakes that took place prior and after, during the aftershock sequence for specific faults, using also a meshed filter detection algorithm that we're running here at ICTP, and with also a little bit of a sophisticated GPS analysis, and combining all these three to understand what was going on. And step by step, we started the strong motion inversion was confirming the listric part of that these patches of faults tend to flatten when they reach a depth of 10 kilometers. Then this is seismology that confirms the dip seismic sounding profile and the geological models for some of the active faults on the Apennines. And at the same time, if you look at the earthquake detection, you see that the earthquake detection prior to 2009, and these are basically, this is the L'Aquila corridor here, L'Aquila down to the south, was shut down within the aftershock sequence. After 2009, we see a clear shutdown of L'Aquila, and prior to 2016, we see a number of foreshock sequence, the number of earthquakes that took place prior to the main sequence, and these foreshocks were having a space domain that was covering all the three large earthquakes that took place later on. And then extending this to all the Apennines, I would just jump over this. Then we also looked at GPS, at continuous GPS time series, and these are permanent GPS stations that were existing prior to the earthquake sequence, and that we analyzed. And looking at these GPS time series in using principal component and using sophisticated methodologies that may look sophisticated but not that much, we were able to detect a propagating transient that started in late December on a fault in Campotosto. This is quite an impressive fault that is in between the 2009 earthquake sequence and the 2016 earthquake sequence. And this transient started on, and it was fitting the increase of seismicity as well. I mean, the seismicity, the foreshock sequence started increasing, and later on, this transient moved to the north, and it started involving another fault system much to the north till it reached the Alto Tiberina system towards the far north. So if you look at all the earthquake detection that was done by Blaj, by my former PhD student here, you see that the system that was reactivated since 2018 up to 2016 consists of different corridors, and a corridor like L'Aquila that has released its energy in 2009 and that went off to some time, that started being reactivated after the 2016 earthquake. But the most impressive features that you would see are these continuous creeping and slipping patches prior to the 2016. And prior to the 2016 dispatch, where the faults were reactivated were relatively of low rate seismicity, was alternating with high rate seismicity within the foreshock sequences. And then you see the sequence of segmented fault systems that are quite impressive along strike. And the transients that we've identified using space geodesy were moving from the north to the south, from the south to the north, reactivating the whole system and shutting down at the Colfiorito area that was reactivated in 1997. So then we confirmed the Lystric geometry. It seems like the faulting system is a distributed fault system that ends up within a sort of a localized décollement that is beneath the Apennines, that is in some way maybe acting as a transfer zone to the normal faulting from the plate tectonic engine. So furthermore, what we are right now doing, we're trying to understand how the system has moved prior to the earthquake sequence and during the earthquake sequence, and then we're looking at the after-slip deformation. And the after-slip seems to be, from the first analysis of the data, says this is a work in progress, that the post-seismic deformation seems to be quite vivid in those places in which we had sort of what we call velocity strengthening behavior. So I think that I will maybe I have no more time to talk to continue. Then the contribution of transient deformation to the earthquake cycle is really important. It gets us into a better understanding of how the fault system works. Then needless to say that these faults that are exhibiting a sort of a creeping behavior during their earthquake cycle, thanks to paleoseismology, we understand that these faults do exhibit a different behavior in terms of recurrence interval and in terms of their maximum magnitudes. Like Campo Tosto is a fault that has a very slow slip rate that has generated magnitude 6.6 and over 6.6 plus earthquakes in the past, while the other ones that were moving during Colfiorito are more of a moderate size of magnitude 6. Then the system is completely different. It's a segmented system in terms of both mechanical behavior and with implications to the earthquake hazard. So I would just stop here and then take questions. I hope that you heard me.
Yeah, Professor Odia, thank you very much for such an informative talk. And definitely, if we are talking about the earthquake, either these are Italian or Pakistani earthquake, there are some similarities in seismological aspects as well. Like I've seen that you have mentioned the possibility of detected microseismicity in some areas. In Islamabad, I have recently established a lab, and this lab is comprising of 8 strong motion sensors and 6 weak motion sensors. And for the past 2 to 3 months period time, we are experiencing microseismicity here in Islamabad. Islamabad has a history of moderate size magnitude, and the largest one occurred in 1977. So I would like to discuss this in the open discussion section as well with you, especially in terms of microseismicity, because capital of Pakistan is experiencing a microseismicity. So I would like to share the data of our lab as well, and would like to discuss and want to find out your opinion about the causes of microseismicity in such an active area where a number of active faults are even exposed on the surface.
Yeah, I'm fully available. I mean, I'll be, well, unfortunately, I'll not be able to attend all the seminar, but if you can just drop me an email when you want me to pop in, and then I will be connecting and then attending the discussion session. But unfortunately, I have teaching duties, so I will not be able to attend the whole seminar. And I look forward to the discussion, and then I will do my best to attend the discussion. And definitely, when we talk about micro earthquakes, what we're doing now is to try to increase this the detection threshold by getting into high resolution earthquake detection and location. And these small earthquakes or repeaters that tend to repeat in time at the same place might be a signal of creeping. Then it will be useful if you have a strong network that is detecting your microseismicity, to have a GPS network nearby that would see whether this microseismicity do correspond to some transients within the time-dependent deformation or not, and see whether this is a classical, is this a transient or this is a normal seismicity.
Okay.
So definitely yes. I mean, just drop me an email and let me know about these issues, and I'll be popping in.
Yeah, definitely. I'll discuss and share the data which our recorders are recording continuously, and would like to share the data with you. And thank you very much, Professor Odia, for your precious time.
Thank you very much. If there are
yeah.
any questions, I can stay online for a few minutes, and I will be. Well, but I guess that you have another speaker taking over.
Audience, please, can you have any questions from Professor Rodia, because he's no more available in the open discussion session.
Therefore, I would be back to the discussion. So if anyone would like to ask a question, that I could even answer the questions during the discussion, or I can take a question now.
Okay.
Hi, sir.
Hello.
Hope everyone is okay, especially in this pandemic. My question is, as we all know about the movement of plates, can these movements make change in the coordinate system, either that are geographic coordinates or geodetic coordinates? Thank you.
Well, I think that, thanks. Well, GPS is basically a change in position. So if your GPS instrument is shifting, it means that, yes, I mean, your coordinates, you're moving your station. We're talking here about millimeters of displacement within the time dependency, not during the co-seismic phase, of course. So then GPS is the right instrument to do this. And or you could use, I think that now INSAR is also used in quite an efficient way. I mean, the resolving power of INSAR is, for those rates that you guys have in Pakistan, I think that INSAR could be a valuable instrument as well to chase transients. Of course, when we talk about tectonic transients, you need always to worry that you're not looking at the hydrological transients, or you're not deploying GPS instruments in places where you have landslides. From the last presentation, I've seen that there are plenty of landslides going on in Pakistan, and during the 2005 earthquake, unfortunately, we've seen these landslides in action. So we need always to worry on not having our GPS stations put on landslides.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Welcome. Any more question or clarification? It's a real pleasure to be connected to Pakistan. Myself, I enjoy the country, and it's so bad that with COVID we're not able to travel. So I'm looking forward to the end of this pandemic, so that we will all meet at some point, inshallah. Okay. So then I think I would leave the floor, and I'll be back on the discussion. Mona Lisa, if you can just drop me an email and let me know when. I'm not hearing you. You're muted, Mona Lisa.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm really happy to hear your very informative lecture. And after such a long time, we have a virtual session. And I'm hoping that in near future, after this covers this situation when gets better, definitely we'll
please continue involving students. I think that students are the future of Pakistan. I mean, you guys have outstanding students there, and that need to take profit of all the system and have access to the data sets and do their work and try to evolve as much as possible. I think that Pakistan is a unique natural lab. I mean, if you take Pakistan, Iran, and these are really outstanding places for any seismologist in the world. So These are also not only research places where you do research, but places where we need to beef up the education and the educational part as well. PhD students have need to have access to all the data sets, need to have access to all this, the system that you guys are setting up, you senior scientists are setting up with the help of the founding agencies, hopefully. Okay, best wishes. I stop here. Thank you.
Thank you very much once again. Now, I would like to invite Professor Dr. Mehdi Zahir. Professor Dr. Mehdi Zahir is basically Professor of Engineering Seismology in the International Institute of Earthquake Engineering and Seismology, Tehran, Iran. And he's also associate member since February 2016. And since October 2020, the Director of Geology Division, Department of Basic Sciences, the Academy of Sciences, IR of Iran. And he's also having 30 years of experience in the domain of seismic hazard analysis, especially. And in the last decade, he extended his activities towards disaster management and risk analysis. Professor Mehdi Zahir.
Hello, Mona. Hello, everybody. My dear colleagues from Pakistan and from everywhere in the world. And I'm very happy to attend this prestigious webinar. And as far as we are still in the pandemic condition, however, we use this technology in order to have our communications. In fact, now I am trying to share my screen. I hope that it is shared.
The slide, Professor Zahir.
Are you seeing my slide?
Yeah, we can see it.
Okay. Okay, therefore I started and I will go ahead. Okay, I have a background with Pakistan, which has been started in 2005 with Malakot Muzaffarabad earthquake, and at that time I have been after the earthquake. We have visited the earthquake-prone area, and for the first time I met Mona in her lab, and she was end of her PhD at that time, and on seismic hazard of Pakistan, and it was a start for our communications and our some works that we have done on Pakistan and in Southern Asia, such as Nepal earthquake of 2015, and we still hope to work with each other and with other colleagues from Pakistan. And I am very happy to see that my dear friend and Professor Asif Khan is the meeting, and I send my salam and hellos to him and his colleagues as well, and my dear friend, and my very dear friends from Pakistan, Afghanistan, Iran, and other countries which may follow my presentation. Thank you, everybody, and I hope that during this 30-minute presentation, I may summarize as far as I can the things that I want to present on maximum credible earthquake in our region, in Iran, Afghanistan, and Pakistan region, the major or great earthquakes. Okay, today is the 10th anniversary of the Japan earthquake of 11 March 2011, earthquake and tsunami, which made a catastrophe, and it caused a tsunami and something around 20,000 victims, and the explosion of Fukushima nuclear power plant with 4 reactors. However, if you look at the map of Japan, which has been developed in 2010, you may observe that on this map, this map represents the region which has experienced the earthquake of March 2011 as a region with moderate, or not moderate, but not as big as what happened in 11 March 2011. A magnitude 8 has been expected for that region, and a magnitude 9 has been occurred. And the last presentation, you have seen that the challenges about Italy in the seismic hazard map developed in 2015 for Italy, the region that has experienced the Amatrice earthquake of 2016 has been classified as second order seismic zone and not the maximum acceleration which has been experienced and recorded in Amatrice earthquake has been predicted in such map in 2015, just 1 year before that earthquake. Okay, this is some slides from 11 March 2011 earthquake and tsunami as a remembrance of that catastrophe, and the time to review that we have experienced in such developed country. This earthquake has caused about 200 billion US dollar damage, and the first real catastrophe, a great catastrophe of a nuclear power plant, Fukushima Daiichi NTP, has been the place that catastrophe has occurred. Okay, there is always such discussion about uncertainties on seismic hazard maps, and in the very popular article of the state in 2012, it has been discussed that the reason for deficiencies in seismic hazard maps might be the bad physics, or bad assumptions, or lack of data, or finally bad luck. Very rare earthquake may happen that we may not expect. But however, the lack of data and bad modeling, insufficient data for optimum modeling might be always a challenge. I will go back to some things that we have done with Mono on Balakut, Muzaffarabad, Pakistan earthquake in 8 October 2005, magnitude 7.6 earthquake. The earthquake has occurred in north east of Pakistan, Kashmir, Azad Jammu, Kashmir area in syntax of Hazara, the northeast of Islamabad. The region is very close to main boundary trust and I mean the end. Area for the 8th October 2005 earthquake. As you see on this map, it seems that the fault rupture very close and parallel to the major thrust fault zone has been the causative fault that major earthquake. And the important issue is that the history of that region, Pakistan, and even older historical background of that region, no such earthquake has been experienced in that area. And this is a very major issue for our region, that the lack of data, lack of historical seismicity might be the reason to not to be able to expect the major earthquake which may occur anywhere that we may not expect. Okay, if you look at this is the epicenter and the aftershocks of October 2005 earthquake, and you see the fault that because of the fault, it seems that a trend, a fault rupture, part of Mori fault for parallel to Mori fault for the positive fault, and it might be the reason that the ellipsoid of seismal intensity band of that earthquake was elongated in northeast, southwest, northwest, southeast direction from Balakut to Bach was the central area having the greatest damage. In fact, in Balakut, we have seen that the greatest damage has been experienced. I have visited the earthquake-prone areas in at least 20 countries all over the world, and the level of damage that I have seen personally in Balakut was the greatest ever observable for myself damage, earthquake damage in the central zone of magnitude 7.8 earthquake. Therefore, this was and this is a major point in order to be focused on the possible recurrence of such event in other regions, in, for instance, Pakistan, Afghanistan, or in Iran. The faults exist. They are mapped very well. In Pakistan, I know that the faults are very well mapped by geological survey of Pakistan, and the lack of data and the uncertainties of historical catalog is still a challenge in order to model in an optimum way the maximum credible earthquake. And this is a continuing issue. In fact, that fault trend was and is very close to Islamabad and Rawalpindi, and this might be an issue of earthquake risk for country, and a major issue that has been occurred in 2005 earthquake was the landslides, the great landslides that have demolished a lot of roads and transmission infrastructures, and this is Zafarabad, which we have visited, and you see here the white parts of the mountain is the landslide which has happened. And here you may see that the column in the basement of the bridge in Malakut, I have taken this photograph to show that the earthquake was strong enough to move this base of the bridge about one, and but the Karbala Dam, which was a little bit further and was not very close to the epicenter, about 130 kilometers to the epicenter. There were no damage, but in Muzaffarabad, this is an example. Sangamotor, it has been demolished totally, and this is the hospital which has experienced such level of damage. And as I told you, the Balakut's extent of damage was, for me, it is a record, the greatest ever seen level of damage in an epicentral zone on Earth. However, in Islamabad, about 130 kilometers to the epicenter, there were almost no damage, but only one building, Margala Tower, has been demolished. More than 2,000 people has been killed, and it seems that this tall building has been collapsed due to not only deficiencies in structural design and construction, but also due to the social conditions in that region of Islamabad, west of Islamabad. These towers are located. The amplification is very evidence, and it seems that such damage has been triggered by amplification of the ground motion, and therefore in a city about 130 kilometers from the epicenter, it is possible that no building collapse, but only one building collapse. A lot of people will be killed. That has happened in Margala Top. From that earthquake, we have tried to model the attenuation function and to compare the attenuation of Malakut Muzaffarabad earthquake with the models that we have already experienced in Iran, and we have published it in 2007 in our article in Journal of Seismology, and you may see that issue of such landslide. I want to use this evidence, the landslide, as a possible landmark to show the possible epicenters of historical or even pre-historical earthquakes, major, and the extent and the area of the slided slope may give the
Excuse me, Professor Zaire. If you could kindly turn off your camera, please, then your voice might be clear. Now your voice is not much clear.
Okay, I will try and let me see what should I camera. Okay.
Yeah.
I start.
Yeah, that's good. Yeah.
Now my voice is okay.
Yes, yes, Professor Zaire, it's much better now.
Okay, okay.
Yeah.
Therefore, thank you very much to give this information. Therefore, I want to say that in this great area between Iran, Pakistan, and Afghanistan, the great landslides, if will be investigated, might be a chance in order to represent the epicenter and the magnitude of the historical or prehistorical earthquake. This is an issue that we have tried it in the region nearby Tehran. I will show you some slides. Another point which might be focused as for the maximum credible earthquake in our region is the existence of macron subduction zone between Iranian southeast coastline up to Karachi in the south of Pakistan. This is a subduction zone which has a length of almost 900 kilometers, and evidently it is segmented into 2 or 3 parts. And in the worst case scenario, you may expect that magnitude 8 or greater. The macro subduction zone. The macro subduction zone is another source of possible maximum credible earthquake in the future. This is the map which has been published by GSP, Geological Survey of Pakistan, in 2023. And as you see, the epicenter of Muzaffarabad Balakot zone has been mentioned as moderate seismic zone, level 2. But therefore, another part in southern Pakistan, nearby Karachi, the Makran zone, even is given partially as major to moderate, in some parts moderate zone. But it seems that the existence of the city of Karachi in that region might be the source of more attention for the possible maximum credible earthquake in that region. The future great event in Karachi or in Makran might be a real catastrophe. This is the point that we should be focused. 2009. Myself, my previous student, Dr. Sadiq Karimi, and Dr. Munaliza has been the authors on the Muzaffarabad Balakut earthquake. I show you the GSP map developed in November 2005, and the epicenter of Muzaffarabad Balakut earthquake then being modified to major earthquake zone. It means that the occurrence of the 2005 earthquake as some sort of maximum credible earthquake now has been included in the map. And okay, we are living in a region having a convergence rate of about 30 millimeter per year in Iran, and you see the general pattern of seismicity of our region, Iran, Pakistan, and Afghanistan. This is a part of our project, MA project, which has been a part of GEM and Global Earthquake Model. And these are the fault map, the active fault map of Iran, Pakistan, Afghanistan, and the surrounding area, which is Turkey, Caucasus, Turkmenistan, and some part of Central Asia. Through data study, we have tried to model the seismic hazard zone based on the existing seismicity and tectonic data, and this was our final seismic hazard map, zoning map for our region. As you see in this map, on this map, the Macron area has been given for the first time the highest possible magnitude of the future earthquakes, and the highest level of acceleration has been assigned to the Macron zone. Why? Because for the first time, the importance of the subduction earthquakes has been included in the previous maps, because either neglected or not being included precisely. Therefore, okay, the same issue of maximum credible earthquake, I may give you some points from Iran in Manjil earthquake to 1990. Before the Manjil earthquake, there have been no historical earthquake. Therefore, if we wanted to be focused on the historical seismicity, the major region might be given as moderate seismic area. But in fact, the major faults have been intersected in major region. Therefore, when the Manjil earthquake has occurred, we have seen that three cities, Manjil, Rupal, and Loshan, have been demolished because of the magnitude 7.3 earthquake. In the historical record and instrumental record, such major earthquake has not been experienced or mentioned. Only exception is an archaeological investigation in early 60s, which has shown that the Manjil region was the area for archaeological earthquake 1000 BCE, which has demolished the civilization, Nordic civilization in that region. An earthquake of 2003, the 6th of December 2003 is another example. If you look at the map, and the seismicity records of BAM area, you may observe the BAM fault, but no earthquake, even moderate earthquake, has been reported from the city of BAM. For the other regions nearby BAM, there have been some reports. For instance, Wolbach, Kerman, other parts of southeast of Iran. But in the city of BAM, no historical earthquake has been recorded and no instrumental earthquake has been reported. But in the 26th of December 2003, magnitude 6.5 has occurred, unfortunately, exactly in the city of BAM. And 1/3 of the population, 100,000 population of the city has been killed. The maximum possible earthquake has occurred on this segment of BAM because of evidently an intersection, a fault intersection, exactly in the place of the city of BAM, southeast of Iran. These are the photos that they have taken from airplane, and you see this location of the center and the intersection of two major faults. And again, we see the fault trace, the BAM fault start, and these are some views of damages. The 96.5 damage. In fact, after the visit, BAM earthquake epicenter, we observed that there are some new traces of surface fault rupture due to the reactivation of BAM fault, which has been mentioned with red lines, and the blue line is the existing BAM fault on the map, even before the earthquake. A major point for our region, for our great cities such as Karachi, Tehran, Kabul, is the existence of the cities very close to the faults. The city of Kabul is located very close to the Chamba fault, and more than 2 million population, or more than around 4 million population now is living around that fault. That city. In Tehran, this is the question of something around 10 million people in the city itself, and the region around Tehran, the population of 17 million people are living. And there are no major earthquake in distance of 50 kilometers from center of Tehran, the historical record. And it seems that in at least 5 parts, we are exposed to seismic gaps, and therefore one of them is located in the southeast of Iran, and another one exactly in the north of Iran, where we observed late landslides as the remarks for a previous earthquake, or earthquakes, at least 2 major earthquakes might be traced to using these great landslides. Okay, I think that I am approaching to the end of my time, and in 2013 there have been at least 2 earthquakes in Nakba, and one in Iran, another one in Pakistan, both greater than 7, and both seems to be related to the subduction zone of Naka. This is the article published by Schmidt and her colleagues in 2013, showing that if the macron fault rupture concept, the magnitude of this worst case scenario might be when might be decline. And this is a major issue, major challenge for that region. If you in the same year in 2013, another earthquake of magnitude 6 has occurred in the background, and this is the rock block slide that I am showing in Pashagan area in Naka. Okay, I go to the conclusion and just give you some examples of these are some of works on strong ground motion and our challenge, our recent challenge to develop more precise active fault maps and to classify different faults using the historical and instrumental data updated by 2015, and including the geomagnetic field and gravity data. We used very recently 12 lawyers of information in order to model the seismic hazard in Iran. I hope that such report might be extended to Pakistan and Afghanistan in order to make a unified map of seismic hazard zoning in Iran, Afghanistan, and Pakistan using the best possible available data, and in order to have local good quality and with less uncertainty seismic hazard zoning map. Okay, just to and we are continuing our report on empirical ground motion models. I am happy to hear that Mona has said that in Pakistan we are developing the accelerometric network, and this is good news for me. We hope to extend our empirical ground motion models to Pakistan as well. This is one of our last articles published in the SLS today, and thank you for your attention. I stop and I am ready to hear your possible comments and questions.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Professor Zaire. Your talk was really very interesting and informative, both for the students and as well for the researchers. Basically, in Pakistan, seismotectonic and seismic hazard, there are a lot of experts who are now working on seismic hazard and seismotectonic aspects. But now we are more interested in computational seismology as well, rather than engineering seismology. Your talk was very informative, and you are one of the most renowned scientists in our field, I must say. And I have learned a lot from you But I request you to please kindly consider this other aspect of computational seismology as well, because um, if you work on that aspect of seismology, then that would be more beneficial country like us, where seismological observatories or the labs are lacking. So I guess we must focus on computational seismology as well. Anyhow,
Thank you for the
many thanks for your very good presentations, and hoping to see you soon. And I hope that in open discussion we will have discussions and question and answer session as well.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you very much once again. Now, I would like to invite Dr. Atif Nawaz for his presentation. Title of presentation is Geophysical Inversion Using a Variational Approach. Dr. Atif Nawaz holds a MSc degree in geophysics from Quaid-e-Azam University, Islamabad, and PhD degree in geology and geophysics from the University of Edinburgh, Scotland, UK. He has about 18 years of professional experience in the oil industry as a geoscientist, and he has received several awards in his academic and professional career. Gold medalist in MSc, bronze medal from Schlumberger in a worldwide professional competition, and he has a number of awards. Due to shortage of time, it's very difficult for me to read all those awards. But I must say that he's an excellent researcher. His most recent research interest now involved around applications of machine learning to solve seismic imaging and inversion problems. Dr. Atif Nawaz, please.
Yes, ma'am, thank you very much for inviting me for this talk. I'm trying to share the screen, but it's saying that it has disabled this. Yes, now, okay, so seems like now I have the access. Okay, yeah, so when do you see my screen here?
Yes, we can see your presentation, Atif.
All right, thank you. All right, so first of all, thank you very much for everyone for attending this presentation. This is about geophysical inversion using variational approach. So this approach here, I have applied this for problems in exploration seismology, but it's very general and it is applicable to any sort of inverse problems in geophysics. So my co-author is my PhD supervisor, Professor Andrew Curtis. And the agenda of my talk is that I will start with an introduction to Bayesian inversion, and I will describe what is the need for approximate inference in Bayesian inversion. Then I will describe the current state of the art in this research. And there I will describe what is stochastic sampling-based probabilistic inversion. And I will also describe an analytical solution to the linearized inverse problem using a hierarchical model and its computational efficiency. I will describe an application on AVO inversion example, and finally the conclusions. So let's just start with Bayesian inversion. So in geophysics, we have a model of the Earth, which may be described in terms of seismic velocity, geological rock types called facies. It could be saturations, porosities, or in fact, any properties of the rocks, whether discrete or continuous. We generally denote the model properties with the letter M. So we also have some data that may be an image of the Earth. It could be any other data, in fact, just the travel times, for example. So it could be the elastic parameters, it could be the seismic reflectivity. And what we want is, first of all, a relationship that gives us data if the properties of the model are known. So this is generally called the forward model, where we have data is given as a function of model parameters. Now, this is described by the physics of the problem. And this is generally assumed that we know it. The problem of solving for model parameters given the data is called inverse problem. So in reality, we have the data, but what we want from the data are the model parameters M. So this relationship is given by G inverse. Now, this is a highly uncertain problem, mainly because of non-uniqueness and ill-posedness of this problem. So many different model parameters may give us the same or very similar data. So how do we solve this inverse problem? To account for uncertainties in this process, we use the probabilistic approach, and therefore we define probability distributions on the model parameters. So P of M, that is shown here, describes our prior knowledge about the model parameters. We describe it in terms of probability distribution, which is like, for example, we know that velocity can have a certain minimum value, but not less than that. At very least, we can say that the velocity must always be positive. So this kind of information that we have about the model parameters before observing the data, we combine all this information into a probability distribution. We call it probability of M. Similarly, we can define a probability on the data. Now, this defines all different types of errors that can be in the data that can cause uncertainty in the data. Now, the forward relationship is described in terms of another probability distribution, which is read such that the probability of data given, this vertical bar is read as given, M, that is the model parameters. So this describes that if we know the model parameters and we can estimate the data using the forward relationship, what uncertainties in our forward model are there? These could be theoretical or could be experimental uncertainties. Similarly, the inverse relationship is described in terms of a probability of model parameters M given the data. So this says that we know what the data is, we have acquired the data, what are the uncertainties or what information we have about the model parameters M after we have observed the data. So all these probabilities are combined together in what is called the Bayes theorem. So Bayes theorem, it is actually, it describes the probability of the model parameters given the data as the posterior probability, so after observation. Whereas the probability of model parameters where there is no data involved, this is called the prior probability. The probability that of the data given the model parameters is called likelihood. How likely is to observe the data that we have observed given the model parameters, or assuming that we what is the evidence of observing this data, assuming that we know the model parameters for all sort of possibilities of all possible models. Theorem is a mathematical formula before making any observations. Then we have another probability that we obtain based on the data. So this combines our prior knowledge with the knowledge we obtained from the data to obtain the posterior distribution. I will talk about this term later. So the posterior distribution is the probability observed in the data. This is a complete solution to the probabilistic inverse problem. If we can estimate this distribution, we have the final state of information about the desired model parameters after combining our prior information with the information obtained from the data. So this is the objective of Bayesian inversion, to get or estimate this posterior distribution. Now let's talk about the marginal data likelihood, this term here. Now, because data has been observed, now, but this is very important. First of all, it's normalization. And the problem with this is that it is intractable for real scale models, because in order to estimate this for to get this value, this value. Now, prior, it's easy to estimate. Likelihood can be estimated from the forward problem. This integration is over a very high dimensional space. This is the biggest challenge in estimating the posterior distribution in Bayesian inversion. So, because for all practical situations, for large scale models, it is nearly impossible for us to calculate it exactly, except for very few scenarios. It is mostly impossible. So we must approximate this, and as a result, the posterior we get will be an approximation. So let's talk about the approximate Bayesian inference. To solve this problem, a common approach is to use the Markov chain Monte Carlo type methods. This approach is called a stochastic approach because it is based on random sampling. But the problem with random sampling is described here in the Gilbert cartoon that you see here. So like it says over here, we have our random number generator. And the command has been given to the generator and it says 99999. So the question from the Gilbert is, are you sure that's random? And the answer is, that's the problem with randomness. You can never be sure. So that is the major problem with the stochastic approach. So it's based on random numbers. Are they truly random? And also, it is only asymptotically correct. What it means is, theoretically, it gives correct answers when we have generated infinite number of samples. But that is not possible in reality. So here, what I'm presenting is actually an alternative approach to solving the stochastic inference problems while avoiding random sampling. So this approach finds an approximate posterior from a given family of distributions with desirable properties. So this approach, what it does is that, first of all, it's a mathematical approach. It's not a pure statistical or random numbers based approach. So what it does is that because the distribution is complex, we make some assumption about what the posterior distribution is like. Based on the domain knowledge, on the knowledge about the problem, we can have an idea about different properties of the distribution. Now, we know the properties of the posterior distribution, but we don't know the distribution itself. So based on the properties, we can come up with a family of different distributions which have the desirable properties. And now our objective is to find the distribution that best describes our problem. So the idea is described here in terms of a graphical model concept. So in a graph, we represent nodes as variables, like the red nodes here represent the model parameters, blue nodes represent the data, and the gray links between these represent the relationships between each of the model parameters and the data variable. So here what on the left it's showing is actually a possibly unstructured distribution. So the distribution that we want to find may be unstructured, it may have any form, but we want to approximate it with structured distributions which have some sort of a structure. And mostly in spatial problems, we generally know that these structured distributions, they hold very well. So it's kind of like we have different distributions. Each one is different from others, but these are all structured distributions. And because these are structured, we can perform inference mathematically. So we can exploit the structure of the distribution and we can calculate that intractable normalization constant using mathematics. So what we have to do is we have to find out in some way how close the posterior distribution that is desired but unknown could be to any of these distributions from our selected family of distributions. In order to do that, we have to define some sort of a distance measure. How different is one distribution to another? And for this purpose, a commonly used approach is to use the KL divergence, which is a nonlinear measure of distance between two distributions. So this is a measure that gives us a number between two distributions, Q and P in this case. So P is our desired distribution, Q is the distribution that is, we can call it a trial distribution, or we generally call it the variational distribution. So the term variational actually comes from variational calculus. That is the basics of all this mathematical solution. So here, this is an illustration, a schematic that shows how do we actually do that. So we know that the probability of data, that is the value that we want to estimate. So in this methodology, we actually estimate the logarithm of this value for some given theta. Theta is actually the model parameters that relate the data and the model. So given that we know theta, so the probability of data and the logarithm of that actually, we know it's a constant, but we don't know its value. Now, using this variational approach, we write this as a sum of two terms. So the first term is called the free energy. The term actually comes from statistical mechanics. And another term is the KL divergence that I just spoke about. It's the difference between the two distributions. So this free energy term is a function of Q. It depends upon what variational distribution we use to approximate the posterior. And KL is the difference between Q and the actual but unknown P. So the whole idea to estimate this value is actually to maximize this free energy term and minimize this KL divergence term. When this happens, because F is the free energy term, this is the value that we can estimate, but KL divergence we cannot estimate. Therefore, we cannot directly estimate this value. Only part of this can be estimated, which is the free energy. So what we do is we maximize this. And when this is maximized, KL divergence is minimized, and the minimum value KL divergence can have is 0. So that means that the maximum value of free energy would correspond to the logarithm of this unknown value. So once this value is maximized, we can use this as an approximation to this unknown value. So here is this idea. We have this constant. We know it's a constant, but we don't know what the value of this constant is. So similarly, we have this KL divergence and we have the free energy. And we sum both together, we get this constant value. So this approach maximizes this free energy iteratively until it is maximized. And even though we cannot calculate here directly because we don't know P, but we know that this has been minimized when this free energy is maximized. So we use this maximized value of free energy as an approximation to the log of this value. So again, writing the Bayes theorem here. Now it's the same, only difference is that now we have included the parameters theta. Now these parameters are actually any parameters that describe our problem. And generally users tweak these parameters to get some good solution. But in this approach, we include that problem of estimation of the best parameters that give us the best result as a part of the inverse problem. So what we are after is not only to estimate the model parameters M, but also to estimate the parameters theta that relate the data with the model parameters. So this is called hyperprior, the distribution over theta. So posterior approximation in this case, as I've already described, that we are after a distribution Q that approximates P. So the approach that we use here is called mean field approach. It again comes from statistical mechanics. So what it does is that it separates Q for M and Q of theta. What this means is that we assume that what parameters relate model with the data is independent of what the model parameters are. So when we make this assumption, that we can separate these into two different terms. So this mean field approach can be solved, and that can access the free energy under this approximation, and it gives us estimate of the model parameters M here and Q. Now this expression, it's a bit long expression. What this means is simply that we have a logarithm of the joint distribution of all the parameters. We take its expectation with respect to Q of theta or Q of M, and we exponentiate it. So conceptually, what it means is that this problem can be solved with using optimization theory, which is in this case a coordinate ascent or coordinate descent. Here on the x-axis we have the model parameters M, and on the y-axis we have theta, and we want to find the best value of M and theta. And here we have shown the distribution, the relationship between M and theta here. Now, assuming that these are independent, even then we approach at the right value by alternatively maximizing one quantity. So when we maximize Q of theta, we take expectation with respect to Q of M. And when we maximize for Q of M, we take expectation with respect to Q of theta. So the way it works is that we start with our estimate of some model parameters and theta, and we describe our distribution over that. And then we iteratively, assuming that we know theta, we update M using our current knowledge of theta. And then we update Q of theta based on our current knowledge of Q of M. So iteratively, we update both of these in such a way that we get the best value, the best combination of model parameters M and the parameters of the forward problem theta. So this is an optimization approach, and we get the model parameters M in this way. Now, if we make a comparison with the stochastic inversion, this stochastic inversion is based on random sampling, for example, MCMC, whereas the variational inference is based on optimization-based approach. Similarly, stochastic inversion is asymptotically exact. Asymptotically exact means that we have to generate infinite number of samples to get the exact value, but that is practically not possible. So practically, this is an approximation. And this approach, the variational approach, is an approximation by definition. Now, stochastic inversion is computationally very expensive, whereas this variational inference is computationally very efficient. So for many problems, it's like 2 to 3 orders of magnitude faster at least. So convergence detection is practically unreliable in high dimensional problems. So that is the problem with the random samples. You can generate as many samples as you know, but you're never sure that the problem has converged. But for this approach, we know when the problem has converged. So the stochastic conversion may give us possibly a global solution, even though it's not guaranteed. But if we generate really large number of samples, we can have a global solution. Whereas in the variational inference, it may easily get trapped in a local minima or maxima. However, we can easily wrap it within our global optimization framework, and we can get the global solution. So far, I have described here the equations. Now, these are very general equations, and these are valid for any distribution. But when we apply the problem to solve a specific problem, we need to derive some solutions for the problem at hand. So as an example, let's say that if we are describing our distribution in terms of Gaussian distributions, for example, the prior is a Gaussian, we know that we have some mean estimate of the values and we have some standard deviation parameters. We can describe a Gaussian over the prior distribution. And similarly, if we define a Gaussian likelihood, in that case, we can get a Gaussian posterior. And this posterior can be calculated analytically. And these equations, which are general, the analytical solution to these equations is given here. So these are the parameters, the mean and the covariance matrix of the posterior distribution. Now, all these values are known, and when we substitute these known values, we can very quickly get the posterior distribution. And these expressions are actually very similar to the maximum or posterior solution of the Gaussian linear inverse problem that has already been presented in these papers. The only difference is that in this case, the hyperparameters are also computed as a part of the solution, which were not computed as a part of the solution in the previous research. So the real benefit of this approach is that it solves for the hyperparameters as well and gives a full probabilistic solution. And here is an example of this problem applied to seismic AVO inversion problem. Now, in this problem, we have some partial angle stacks. These are the seismic images of a portion of the Earth, where we have each image corresponds to some angle range of reflection. So the reflection angle in this case, for example, ranges somewhere from 4 degrees to 12 degrees, and the average value is 8 degrees here. Similarly, this one corresponds to 16 degrees, 24, 32, 40, and 44 degrees. Now, with this, we have some prior estimate of the model parameters, which is called low frequency model, and this is something that we can obtain from well-logged data. And we start with this input and we update it using this inversion approach, and here is the result that we got. So this is showing the mean value of P wave velocity, and on the right, it's showing the standard deviation of the P wave velocity. Similarly, we have the mean value of the S wave velocity and the standard deviation in this, and the mean value of density and its standard deviation. So these are our model parameters. Starting from this, which is very low frequency here for VP, VS, and density, this gives us the mean and the standard deviation. Now, the standard deviation is actually a measure of uncertainty. So what this is showing is that all blue colors represent low uncertainty, but somewhere around here, it shows a bit of higher uncertainty. But this is exactly where we have the anomaly that is caused by the presence of gas in the reservoir. So this is highlighted here with a drop in the P wave velocity, and at the same time, a higher standard deviation. Similarly, the S wave velocity is not affected very much here. The only slight difference that we observe here is because of the difference that we observe in the shear modulus because of the presence of a high pore pressure in the reservoir. Similarly, density is dropped here. Again, it's very clear over here. And also we have a bit of higher uncertainty that defines the reservoir anomaly here. Now, as a part of this problem, even though we wanted to estimate these rock properties, but as a part of the problem, we have some other parameters, theta, as I talked earlier. These are the parameters which we have to use to relate the model parameters to the data. And in this problem, this includes the wavelet, the seismic wavelet, which in the normal inversion problems, we assume that we know the wavelet and we provide the wavelet as an input. Here, in this case, this method provides us the estimate of the mean wavelet and the estimate the standard deviation in this that we see is mainly, if we focus here on the lobes. Otherwise, the distance is very low here. So this is estimated as a part of this solution. Similarly, we can, once we have the model parameters estimated, we can generate synthetic seismic response and we can compare it with the actual seismic. So here what we see are the synthetic seismic for each of the input angles. And here we have the difference between the actual seismic data and the synthetic seismic. What we observe here is only noise mostly. On the left part, we observe that there are some very steep dipping events which are representing some correlated noise, or the events that are not modeled in this process. On the right side, it's mostly the random noise. So this noise value can be plotted over here, and it shows us that at some levels we have some high noise, and that is because of the correlated noise that is not modeled by this process. And on the right side, we have very low levels of noise because this is mostly the random noise. So this shows us the convergence graph, and it shows that we achieved the convergence in just 8 iterations. So it's computationally very efficient compared to the stochastic inversion that takes, on this problem, that would take at least several hours of computation. So finally, I'll move on to the conclusions. Computationally, this approach is very efficient because it avoids Markov chain Monte Carlo type of sampling. Another benefit is that in this approach, we can incorporate geostatistical prior information to get geologically realistic results because geology regularizes the inverse problem. So variational approach, it casts the probabilistic inference into numerical optimization. And as a result, detection of convergence is possible, which is not possible in case of stochastic methods. Now, hierarchical modeling acknowledges all the uncertainty. So that includes the uncertainty in the parameters of the forward model as well, which are estimated as a part of the solution. So thank you very much. I hope this talk would be interesting for you. And if you have any questions, please feel free and you may contact me afterwards as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Atif, for such an informative presentation. And definitely students and researchers and the persons from the academia, they all equally beneficial from your very impressive talk. And I'm hoping that you will continue your work in the same strength like you were working in your PhD and when you were in Qadir University. Once again, many thanks. And question answer session will be at the end. After Dr. Atif's presentation, I would like to present some of my work. And then after my presentation, Mr. Sohail Kibria presentation was left, and there are a few slides which he would like to share. And then definitely after my talk, he will deliver his talk for 15 minutes. So I would like to start my presentation now. Presentation. Okay. The main topic of my presentation is seismicity, seismotectonic, and seismic hazard assessment using Monte Carlo simulation of Islamabad and its surrounding area. Actually, seismic hazard assessment has been carried out for the very first time in Pakistan in 2005 when my PhD thesis was submitted, and that was the first PhD thesis which was related to seismic hazard assessment. And in 2005, this thesis was submitted, and in 2005, Pakistan's major disaster, or um, one of the largest recorded earthquake occurred near in Kashmir. So conventional seismic hazard assessment has been then carried out by several researchers within the Pakistan and some of the foreign researchers as well. But for the very first time, Monte Carlo simulation approach has been applied in order to find out the seismic hazard assessment of Pakistan. So first of all, this slide, the first slide, which is displaying the tectonic boundaries of Pakistan. And this slide is also showing the locations of the earthquake with magnitude greater than 5 for the duration of 1900 and 1900 to 217. You can see from this slide that red color, they are showing the plate boundary, Indian plate and Eurasian plates in the north and west, north-northeast direction, and there are a number of earthquakes. The cluster of earthquake with the depth having depth less than 33 kilometer. They are more in near Islamabad and in Potwar part of the country. Whereas the intermediate and deep level of earthquakes, they are more or less concentrated in the northwest, or some events even they are occurring in the southern boundaries of Pakistan. So this is actually a seismicity picture of the Pakistan, which is showing that what level of magnitude or earthquake activity is occurring in different parts of the Pakistan. So at the same time, it is showing the occurrence of earthquakes with different depth, but at the same time, it is also showing the location of plate boundaries. Like here we have in the South Arabian plate boundary. Here you can see the Eurasian, and in the northeast direction, we have the Indian plate, which is subducting beneath the Eurasian plate. All these three plates, they are quite active plates. Arabian plate is a secondary plate, but it is also causing some moderate level to low level earthquake in offshore areas. One of the most important earthquake which occurred near our offshore area is 1945 earthquake, which occurred near Pasni. And due to this earthquake, tsunami caused, and this earthquake caused large destruction in southern part of Pakistan, near offshore area. And if we look at the western part of the Pakistan or southwestern part of the Pakistan, where Balochistan or situated, the area of Balochistan is also quite active. And in 1935, um, Pakistan, one of the largest earthquake occurred. And in this earthquake, the whole city of Quetta was completely destroyed. Then in 2005, um, at this location where mouse or cursor is rotating near Muzaffarabad, 19 kilometers away from Muzaffarabad, an earthquake with a magnitude 7.6 occurred. And that was the largest recorded earthquake in the country. So this is basically a very simplified uh, real-time data, earthquake data presentation of the seismicity with respect to plate boundaries within the country. Now this slide is showing actually the active faults in and around Islamabad. My main focus is to find out the cause of active seismicity within the capital of Pakistan. So in 2005, in my PhD work, I just tried to map and with the help of geological fieldwork and with the help of previous published literature, and then using the earthquake data, I then formulated this map, which is known as active fault map. You know that every fault is not active, and as per this study, there are about 45 active faults which are surrounding the area of Islamabad. And you can see that even Islamabad city is situated on the interaction of several active faults. Islamabad itself is situated on the number of active faults. Margaret Thrust is one of them. And then in the north and south, we have seen that there are a number of other faults which can also affect Islamabad area. Now this is showing the type of earthquake which is known as the felt earthquake. Pakistan is also experiencing the felt earthquake as well. Felt earthquakes are those earthquakes whose epicenter is actually not located within that region or area of interest. But those earthquakes which are located, their epicenter location is far away from the affected area or felt area. So these earthquakes are known as the felt earthquake. Most recently in February, 12 February, about a month back, an earthquake occurred in Tajikistan. And this earthquake was having the magnitude of 5.8. Depth is debatable in some online sources. Depth is 100 kilometer, but some local observatories, they are declaring the depth of 58 kilometer. As per 58 depth, if we consider, then definitely the shaking of that earthquake, which occurred in Tajikistan, it influenced uh, Afghanistan, India, Pakistan, and Tajikistan. Pakistan was also very badly affected by this faraway earthquake. So sometimes felt earthquakes, they can also cause a disaster or damage in not only on the epicentral area, but also far away from the epicenter location. Now, this is the seismicity map of Islamabad and surrounding. And this seismicity map is basically comprising of the data, which is not only consisting of already published catalog, which was established by myself in 2009. And this catalog is covering the earthquake data of 1905 to 2007. You know the difference between the data set and the catalog. In Pakistan, data set is available, but catalog are not available. So I try to compile a catalog by adopting a procedure of conversion of data set to catalog. And for this study, I use this catalog, which I compiled. Duration of that catalog is 1905 to 2007. And then afterward, an updated catalog was compiled from various local and international sources. And this updated catalog is comprising of the data from local international sources, but it also includes the data from the newly established strong motion laboratory in Qaid-e-Azam University, Islamabad. So this updated catalog is now comprising of the data not only from the local and international agencies, but also from the observatory, which is now located in Islamabad. In Islamabad, there are a number of observatories are located, like PMD has Pakistan Meteorological Department has its own observatory, and Pakistan Atomic Energy Commission has its observatory. But on university level, we don't have any observatory. So Qaid-e-Azam University is the first one which is now having this a very well-established strong motion and weak motion sensors laboratory. So with the help of this laboratory data, I try to compile an updated catalog which is covering the area of 2008 to 2019. So now this recent study is comprising of old catalog, 1905 to 2007, and in addition to another catalog which is covering the duration of 2008 to 2019. Now this map is simply showing the correlation of magnitude and active fault in and around Islamabad. From this diagram, we can see clearly that the active faults, they are carrying a different level of magnitudes. This is a sort of contour map. We have taken the magnitude of the previously and recently established catalog magnitude we have taken from these two catalogs, and then we try to contour them. And from this contour map, we can see that shallow level earthquakes, they are more prominent, with lower and moderate level of earthquake activity near Islamabad. Whereas larger magnitude activity is occurring far away from Islamabad. So mainly this is basically the correlation between the active faults and their possible magnitude, which has been recorded by international and local agencies, and then our own observatory. Focal mechanism solution is a very important approach with the help of which we can find out the type of faults and their nature, uh, that the faults are active faults, faults are active, but either they are thrust faults or strike slip faults, or the normal faults. So FMS is a technique with the help of which we try to find out the nature of causative fault. Causative fault is a fault which is actually causing that specific earthquake. So in this case, we took the data of almost 40 earthquakes whose fault plane or solution parameters or focal mechanism solution parameters were available. And with the help of these parameters, we then try to establish or try to compile fault plane solutions, and then these fault plane solutions and then interlinked with or correlated with the active faults, existing active faults. You can see the beach ball diagrams of these all FMS, which are placed on the side corner of this map, and the arrows there are showing the location of the earthquakes whose fault plane solution has been carried out. Fault plane solution, as I said, they are simply showing the type of fault, causative fault, which is actually the cause of that specific earthquake. So if we look at this 19 number FMS, then it is simply showing the cause of that specific earthquake is a thrust fault. So when we study all these 40 major earthquake fault plane solutions, then these are the outcomes which we find out, that mostly earthquakes with the focal mechanism solutions, they are indicating that we have north-northwest, south-southwest, left lateral strike slip faults with steep tipping. Whereas in northwest, southeast, and north-northeast, south-southwest trending faults, they are more active with steep to shallow dipping thrust and reverse faults. And it means that we have the combination of both thrust reverse and strike slip faults both. So tectonically, if we have the combination of thrust reverse and strike slip faults, or thrust reverse with some component of strike slip faults, then this is known as the transformational tectonics. Transformational tectonics is a very important feature which is occurring in a country like Pakistan, where we have the transform boundary in on the southwest, which is known as the Chaman transform fault. So due to this Chaman transform boundary, actually, this is the cause of this transformational tectonics, that we are not only observing pure thrust and reverse faults, but also we are now, recent studies shows that we are now having active faults which are strike slip in nature. This is the field study which has been carried out by one of my PhD student, Mr. Mukhtar. He has done his ample work for some area surrounding Islamabad, and he tried to map some active faults in the nearby area of Islamabad. Like the first one is showing the location of Riyasi thrust, which is a very active thrust and not very far away from Islamabad. And the second one is showing the field mapping of Mangla thrust. You can see Mukhtar, my student, who is standing here, and he actually did that field mapping. Um, Geological field mapping is also essential in order to find out or in order to confirm the active nature of faults. Focal mechanism solution is based upon the seismological data, and this shows the active characteristics of faults. But at the same time, we must have the geological field mapping, which further confirms the active nature of the study area faults. Now, this is a collective comprehensive map of Islamabad and its surrounding. Um, this is a very comprehensive map because this map is not only showing the earthquake data, recently compiled earthquake data, but also it is showing the locations of the active faults. And this map is also showing the locations of the focal mechanism solutions of 40 major earthquakes which occurred in this area. We can find out the fault based solutions of as many earthquakes. But the problem is that for fault based solutions, we must have some specific sort of parameters which are essential to carry out the fault based solutions. So instead of having a large set of data, which is comprising of thousands of earthquake events, we have only parameters which are suitable for the fault plane solutions, are only the 40 earthquakes whose parameters were available. Now, all these 40 fault plane solutions, they are showing the characteristics of these active faults, which are geologically mapped. And most of these faults, they are declared as thrust or reverse faults. But some of the faults are strike slip as well. Like these red color, they are showing the strike slip faults in the region, which has been mapped by geologists. And this is the JLM fault, which is passing through Muzaffarabad till Salt Range. And here Islamabad is located, and you can see that Islamabad is in conjunction of several thrust faults. So these bundle of faults, they are actually this place or branches of a major fault zone, which is known as main boundary thrust. We have another very important active strike slip fault, which is known as Kalabagh fault in the southwest area, southwest part of the study area. And there are also some other strike slip faults which are highlighted by red color in the where Tarbela Dam is situated, like Durban fault and Thakot fault. These are also strike slip faults. So we can see that transportational tectonic is quite active, and it is a recent phenomena because earthquake data shows that 1905 to 2019 data catalog shows that all these faults which were active declared as reversal thrust. Now fault plane solution data shows that they are not only thrust or reverse, but they are also the strike slip faults also. So this is a new contribution. The other thing which we see from this map is that the depth of these earthquake. Most of the earthquakes they are shallow in depth, and shallow means their depth is less than 70 kilometer, and some faults they are even crossing the basement. So geophysical technique which is indicating the um, absence of or non-involvement of basement in active characteristics of faults, our model, tectonic model, is not um confirming this fact. Our model shows that basement is equally involved in the active characteristic or active seismicity of this area, which is surrounding Islamabad. This is another more closer view of Islamabad and its surrounding. This is the location. And you can see that quite a huge number of earthquakes with various magnitude level. They are situated in and around the area of Islamabad. And once again, as I said earlier, that in our study shows that near Islamabad or on Islamabad, within the Islamabad, microseismicity to moderate level of earthquakes, they are more prominent rather than major earthquakes. Micro level earthquakes, they are ranging in magnitude lesser than 2.5, and moderate level of earthquake, they are ranging in magnitude from 2.5 to onward 6. Maximum magnitude earthquake, recorded earthquake, which we have was occurred in 1977 near Rawalpindi, and that was one of the major recorded earthquake which occurred in Twin Cities. And due to this earthquake, uh, uh, quite a large level of destruction has been observed. So this map is showing the level of seismicity along with the magnitudes and active faults. You can also see that almost majority of the earthquakes, they are following the specific patterns of the active faults mapped. And in some cases, they are not following, but in most of the cases, like near Islamabad, they are actually truly following the, or exactly following the trend of the active fault maps. So earthquake data is also confirming that these faults are quite active. Now, these two diagrams, they are showing fault solution of the three major earthquakes which occurred in 2005 and in 1974. 2005 earthquake, Kashmir earthquake was occurred somewhere here, and its fault solution is indicative of thrust with some strike slip, left lateral strike slip component. And in 1974 near Patan, these two diagrams of FMS, these are the locations of the earthquake. One is the main shock and the other one is the aftershock. This earthquake caused a huge damage in Kagan Valley, and this earthquake is also related with a blind, huge blind fault zone, which is known as Indus-Kohistan seismic zone. So complexity of our region, especially near Islamabad and within 200 square kilometer area within Islamabad, we can see that we are having not only surface exposed walls, but we do have some blind structures as well, or blind active zones as well. So this first map is showing the indicative of these blind active structures or fault zones. And there's another map which is showing the satellite image on which the previous or historical earthquake activity near Islamabad occurred. This is showing the summary of those earthquakes. So this summary shows that these large earthquakes near Islamabad, they are following a kind of pattern, and this pattern is northwest southeast trending. And this is, as I said, that this is indicative of very important and very active blind zone, which is known as Indus-Kohistan seismic zone. So Islamabad is not only experiencing earthquake due to surface exposed faults, but it can be affected due to the activity of blind zone, which is known as Indus-Kohistan seismic zone. So we believe that if major earthquake occur in Islamabad or its surrounding, then the cause will be Indus-Khoisan seismic zone or Hazara Lord seismic zone. These are two blind active seismic zones who are located at a very shallow depth of 8 to 10 kilometer. So as a seismologist and our studies and our research, it shows that that Islamabad will be affected, or it can be destroyed uh, uh, um, due to the causative faults of Hazara Lower seismic zone and Indus-Kohistan seismic zone rather than surface exposed faults. Another projection of fault plane solution, active faults, and these are displayed on the satellite elevation map. The reason is that there are three ways to find out the active nature or active nature of faults, or to map the active faults. One is the geological mapping. The other one is the utilization of fault plane solution. And the third is now more reliable technique is the utilization of satellite image maps. Satellite image map is more frequently used in these days, especially when physically geological mapping is not accessible in the areas. And the second reason is that these earthquakes, which are occurring at different depths, sometimes they are not linked with the surface exposed faults, which are mapped by geologists. So we use satellite image to identify or to map uh, those faults which are not mapped by geologists. So satellite images can help a lot to identify or to map new faults which are not mapped by any researcher or any geologist before. Another view of satellite map of western part of Islamabad. This part is quite active because this is known as the salt range, and here we are also having the décollement and detachment, which are the very active blind active fault zones. As I said earlier, that surface faults, these are not, as seismologists, we believe that these are not the cause of seismicity in and around Islamabad, but blind zones, these are more active and they can cause major earthquakes in the city and its surrounding area. Now that was a map, first map, which was established by me in 2005. This map is actually the seismotectonic map, and seismotectonic map is actually the combination of seismological catalog, and active fault correlation, and combination of fault plane solution. On the basis of these three parameters, we then formulate some zones which can cause high magnitude earthquakes for some sites. This map was established in 2005, and it was then updated with the help of recently adopted catalog. But in this 2005 map, we are having 4 major seismotectonic zones, which are a major threat for the cities or the locations which are situated on these zones. Now, let's see what Monte Carlo simulation means. As I said earlier, we are using a conventional technique of seismic hazard assessment. And most popular technique of seismic hazard assessment is probabilistic seismic hazard assessment. In Pakistan, this is the first time that Monte Carlo simulation approach has been used instead of conventional seismic hazard approach. Conventional seismic hazard approach has been introduced by Cornell in 1968, McGuire 1995, and Frankel 1995. But in the present study, I try to formulate PSHA, that is the probabilistic seismic hazard assessment, by using Monte Carlo simulation. The difference between the conventional seismic hazard, probabilistic seismic hazard, PSHA, and Monte Carlo simulation PSHA is that in conventional PSHA, we try to find out the effect or the probability of individual tectonic zone to some site. But in Monte Carlo simulation, we try to analyze or try to investigate the effect or the probability of each and every individual earthquake which is lying within a seismotectonic zone. So this is a major difference between the conventional seismic hazard assessment and Monte Carlo simulation seismic hazard assessment. In recently compiled map, we use the data of Kaiser University Observatory, and this observatory data shows the following results. This slide is only showing the procedure which we adopted in order to carry out the Monte Carlo or MC probabilistic seismic hazard assessment. Now, the end result of Monte Carlo PSHA map is given in this slide, and you can see the difference between 2005 seismic tectonic or seismic hazard map of the area surrounding Islamabad and the map which we recently compiled using the latest data and using the Monte Carlo simulation. In this case, we have a number of seismotectonic zones, and in each seismotectonic zone, as I said, we try to correlate each and every individual earthquake and its probability of occurrence in the next 50 years of return period. So this is the latest probabilistic seismic hazard map using Monte Carlo simulation. Now this is a more detailed map of the similar area, and this This work is going to be published very soon, and you can see the detail of all these zones. But briefly speaking, this updated Monte Carlo simulation probabilistic seismic hazard map of Islamabad and its surrounding area is showing the number of seismotectonic zones instead of 4 or 3 zones. And as I said, that we have incorporated each and every individual earthquake probability in near future for 50 years. And details can be provided once this paper is published, which will be published very soon. And in that paper, you will see the detail of this map as well. Here, H1H7M, you can see the different abbreviation. So H stand for high hazard, M stand for medium hazard, and L stands for lower hazards. So we have a total of 16 zones instead of only three zone, which we compiled in 2005. So with the help of Monte Carlo simulation, we have more precise and comprehensive picture of seismic hazard, probabilistic seismic hazard assessment of Islamabad and its surrounding area. Now this is the more detailed picture of or the diagram or the map of probabilistic MC probabilistic seismic hazard map of a part of Islamabad. This is showing the PGA value, and red color is the highest PGA value, whereas the yellow color is the moderate PGA value, and green color is the lowest PGA value color zone. This is actually indicating that Islamabad is located on the boundary of major or high hazard and moderate hazard zone. Now these are the results which we obtained by using MC PSHA, and these results are showing these these seismic zones and their respective peak ground acceleration values. Once again, the table is showing the result of MC PSHA using different attenuation equations. As we know that either we are using conventional PSHA or we are using MC PSHA. In both cases, we have the conventional approach or MC PSHA approach. We have to use several attenuation equations. So this table is showing the results of various attenuation equations, and these attenuation equations, they are showing the maximum credible earthquake of each and every active tectonic feature within the city. This is another resultant table of the current study, and it is showing the seismotectonic feature and their respective PGA values. And once again, PGA values are calculated with the help of several attenuation equations, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. They are showing the number of attenuation equations which are used in the current study. And each tectonic feature having the PGA value. This table is also showing the calculated PGA value which has been obtained from various attenuation equations and their respective maximum credible earthquake. Now this is the diagram which is showing the seismic hazard curve. This is only one diagram. Due to shortage of time, I'm only showing one PSHA curve for 750 meter per second. but there are several other PSHA curves which has been obtained by using the software FRISC. FRISC is a commercial software, and this is not a user-friendly software, but all around the globe, this is the most authentic software which has been used for carrying out the seismic hazard assessment for any area. So this slide is showing only one site or one location PSHA curve for different return periods. Now using the similar shown seismic hazard curves in the previous slides, we have then formulated a number of seismic hazard curves using FRISC software, and then generated seismic hazard map, more modified seismic hazard map. The difference between the previous hazard map and this map is that in the previous map, only the maximum credible earthquake and their relationship with active faults was shown. But in this map, PGA value for different return periods varying from 50 years return period to 1500 return periods has been carried out for a number of locations surrounding Islamabad. Once again, the detailed picture. Now, this is, I'm trying to find out the probabilistic seismic hazard assessment other than Islamabad also. So I try to find out the western part seismicity as well. This is the part of Balochistan. Quetta is situated somewhere here, and you can see their huge seismicity and large number of earthquakes with a magnitude 4 to 7. They are occurring here. Dilbadin earthquake, which was the largest recorded earthquake in this part of Balochistan, was occurred here. And similarly, Avaran earthquake, one of my Iranian colleague, Professor Masood, he is going to deliver a lecture on Avaran earthquake, and I have also published an international paper on that Avaran earthquake. That was the largest earthquake which occurred in Balochistan after 1935 Quetta earthquake. So Dr. Masood will also express his research related to this Avaran earthquake. And in the end, I will show the list of the publications in which this Avaran earthquake is discussed with detail. Now, this is the seismic hazard map of western part of Pakistan, that is Balochistan, and this is showing the seismic hazard values in terms of zones. Red color is the highest or the most dangerous zone, whereas the blue color or light blue color is the zone which is carrying the lowest level of hazard. So this is actually showing that Islamabad not only experiencing micro level to moderate level of seismicity, but western part of Pakistan, it is showing moderate to large magnitude earthquake seismicity. Moderate to large magnitude earthquake seismicity means that in this part of Pakistan, we can experience earthquake greater than 7 magnitude. But in Islamabad and its surrounding area, we can expect earthquake with magnitude not more than 6. This is the peak ground acceleration map of Pakistan, which is then compiled with the 10% probability of exceedance for the next 50 years. And in this case, this is a contour map. Simply, we draw the contours of PGA, which we calculated from different equations for different sites. And this map is also under process. We have submitted it in a journal in the form of the publication, and soon it will be published and detail will be for the compilation and the procedure adopted to draw or to compile this seismic hazard contour map of Pakistan is also available in those papers. Now, these are the selected publications which are published in international impact factor journals. Like I said, I have worked with Professor Zahir, and we have worked on the Nepal earthquake, which occurred in 2015, and that earthquake was having 7.8 magnitude. And this was published in Journal of Geosciences. And then on Avaran earthquake, I have published detailed work in journal, which is a local journal, but one of the topmost journal of Pakistan, that is Proceeding Pakistan Academy of Sciences. So details can be seen from this publication as well. Then comes in 2014, I have carried out the detailed seismic hazard assessment of district Mansehra. This was also published in International Journal. And then in 2012, an earthquake which occurred near Shekhupura. Now, Shekhupura is a location which is not very common for seismic activity. But we have discussed this earthquake in relation to not only seismology point of view, but we use the gravity data as well. And this paper was published in one of the topmost journal of our field, which is known as natural hazard, and its impact factor is more than 2. As I said, that Balochistan is quite active for major earthquake. So in 2010, 2008, an earthquake occurred in Ziyarat. And for the very first time, we introduced the concept of duplet. Duplet concept is not familiar in Pakistan, but in Iran and in India, several researchers, and in Turkey and in USA as well, several researchers, they are using this concept of duplet earthquake. Duplet earthquake are those earthquakes which are having the similar magnitude, but they are occurring on a same fault, but they are having the different depth. So duplet and then triplet a concept is first time introduced by publishing this paper, which is related to Ziyarat earthquake. Then we have done some work on Kashmir earthquake, Muzaffarabad earthquake as well, and that was published in Journal of Seismology. And like I said, in this, my coworker was one of my coworker was from Oregon State University, and we are not lucky enough to have John Neblock today with us. Otherwise, he will definitely explain the seismicity of Pakistan, especially because Oregon State University group, they have done a lot related to seismicity of Pakistan, especially Bob Yeats and John Neblock. Their papers, they publish their papers in the journals like Nature and Science. So I have worked with them, and then investigated that the actual cause of that earthquake is blind zone, which is known as Indus-Kohistan seismic zone, rather than surface faults. My work is published in Geological Society of London special publication. And in Pakistan, I think there are 4 or 5 earth scientists which are able to publish their work in that journal. And I'm, as a solo author, published my work in that journal, which is a great honor for me. Again, with Professor Zaire, I did some work and published a paper on Muzaffarabad earthquake and in Journal of Seismology, and once again with Oregon State University Professor Yeats. We have find out, we have tried to find out the surface expression of that blind zone, which is actually the cause of that Kashmir earthquake. So this is the summary of some of the publications which can be easily uploaded from the net, and details are detailed seismicity of the different parts of the Pakistan are represented in all these publications. So if anyone is interested, he or she can either contact with me, or these publications can be simply downloaded by writing my name on Google Scholar. Um, so thank you very much. I would like to thank HEC for the sponsorship of lab establishment, Qaid Azam University, and Comstech to present my work. Now here my talk ends, and thank you very much for listening. Now I would like to invite Sir Sohail Kabria once again. He was talking about landslide hazards, and we just interrupted him because of the reason that due to shortage of time, and our chief guest, he has to attend another meeting. So now I would like to invite would like to invite Sir Sohail Kabria to continue his presentation.
Thank you very much. I'm back again. I hope you can hear me and you can also see my screen well. Am I visible as well as audible?
Yeah, we can see. Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. So, I in fact wanted to narrate in little time a few case histories which I think rushed through at that time, which are very much concerning the landslide issue and how we have been tackling those as practicing engineers in Pakistan. Karakoram Highway, of course, is notorious for landslides, and there are issues of landslides because of various reasons. It is very important track, not only connects to China, but also it is now going to be the route for the under construction Bhasha Dam hydropower project. So as I discussed earlier too, we have barren high mountains at places very steep slopes. That is the characteristic of Karakoram Highway uh, mountains. Extreme weather conditions, we have snowfall, there are avalanches too at places, and the temperatures between day and the night time, they're quite, there's a lot of difference. And because of that effect, because of the tectonic effects, there are jointed rocks and in various modes. And there are, of course, deposits which are prone to sliding. They're unstable. And it is also believed that the construction of KKH was a bit unscrupulous in the way that if you look on the other side of the valley, the same materials, the same mountains look more stable. So this means that some excavation, including blasting, was carried out in the past in a way that made these materials rather unstable, and this instability you see which has been induced still continues. Very briefly, Karakoram Highway's total length would be 840 kilometers from Hassanabad to Khunjrat, and it was considered to redesign from Havelian to Raipur, a section of 462 kilometers. A part of this 462 kilometer to be widened, uh, and this would be 322 kilometer, and this is up to dam. After accessing the dam, ahead of dam 140 kilometers, this will be the lake of the dam, the reservoir of the dam, and the existing road would be submerged. So new road would need to be constructed above that. So of course, the issue is now uh, the assessment of stability and recommending measures for the portion of the Karakoram Highway before dam on the existing road, and assessing the condition of the stability of the moraine deposit, the glacial deposits ahead of dam, which will be submerged. So if you see here, from Havelia to dam site, so here you see on this map, this is Havelia, traveling all the way Mansehra, Balakot, Thakot, Patan, this, and here you have head of Chilas, you have somewhere here, uh, dam site. Dam site is here. Yeah, yeah. This is 322 kilometers, and ahead of this is 140 kilometers up to this bridge. This will be submerged. So this is will be landslide study calling for different kind of situation. And route, if we talk of critical landslides, large landslides, then they are indicated in red. You can see well with the red star. Yeah, this one. So here, Thakot, Bisham, Dubair, Jijal landslide. This is Dandai landslide. This is Harban near Shatial, and this is the well Tatapani landslide. So the requirements which have been from engineering and from communication point of view, that the road be widened from the existing 4.5 to 7 meter width from Havelia to dam site, 322 kilometers, to allow for movement of heavy machinery and materials and etc. And the remaining portion will be submerged in the reservoir to realign that. What has been the basic philosophy vis-a-vis the landslides? Slope movements have the potential to continue despite remedial measures. So this was accepted in the design stage, this was accepted in the studies, that we cannot remove the risk into to totality. We will just minimize it so that we can save some money in terms of the cost of construction, but at the same time, we will not accept any major risk and no risk of life. So landslide hazard can only be minimized with the remedial measures. This is the second principle which was accepted. Third principle was regular maintenance is also essential. So that would call for periodic inspection at interval and specifying the remedial measures. Excavation at the toe of the slope is to be avoided, because if we excavate at the toe of the slope, we invite instability, because the mass of the mountain above that, or a mass of the material above that excavated toe will become unstable. It will suffer from loss of support. So from this principle, as far as possible, the widening of the road should be carried out on the valley side, not to touch mountain as far as possible. So far as the deposits like scree deposits, like other deposits are concerned which are less stable, it would be safer to extend the road on the valley side. So if more options are available, most cost-effective solution. At some location, the hazard has to be accepted in view of its enormity, large size. So what to do? Accordingly, mitigating measures have to be planned accordingly. Like you see, it is kilometers and very weak. Then this means we can accept in such situations some hazard to slightly higher degree, so that we can expect that if this portion of the road goes away, we can reconstruct it for the continuity of the traffic. You see things like this and that. And where possible, to let the slide pass over a bridge or over a structure which is constructed specifically for this purpose, so that the road doesn't have any effect of the sliding. So general methodology, again, as I showed in my earlier part, starting from reconnaissance to topographic survey to satellite images, geological mapping in too much detail, then the joint survey, detailed line survey in a certain length, detailed inventory of the lithologic units along the road, discontinuity data, remedial measures and design of cut slopes, effect of the stability of reservoir, and mitigation measures. So it has been quite a comprehensive exercise. So along KKH, it was seen that rockfalls, topples, plain failures, wedges, debris slides, and mud flows, they were present at a number of places. Here you see this kind of inventory was prepared. You can see it, it's a bit dim, but you can see different materials uh, shown by different color, like you have alluvial deposits, you have aeolian deposits, you have other soil types, and here this is the upper bar, upper color bar, and the landslide type is shown in the lower colored bar. For instance, this blue color signifies rockfall, so this is the rockfall area here, and similarly the pink area is classified differently, you see. So this is how, where it is white color in the lower bar, it indicates that no potential threat would be there. So similarly, you can see it was very exhaustive to carry out this kind of study for more than 400 kilometers. And accordingly, you can see that for the 5 large slide areas, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, these summarized information were obtained that what is to be done, what are the major problems, and what has to be done, what are the major rock types. And ultimately, you can see along the route from Havenia up to ahead of your Raipur Bridge, you can see a detailed geological mapping, a strip map of the area to find out the materials. You see, in addition to the inventory of their sliding potential. What factors have been causing sliding on Karakoram Highway typically? High relief and steep slopes, the loose, unconsolidated masses of materials and fractured rock masses, the rock discontinuities due to tectonic activity, the overhangs due to blasting, they are also the source of instability. The precarious or sensitive locations of alluvial and morainal deposits, the presence of loose rock blocks which pose a threat of falling or toppling anytime, they should be removed. Severe climatic conditions, of course, causing quick weathering, poor drainage, which needs to be addressed, no vegetation or little vegetation, and above all, very active zones seismically, very active zone, progressive degradation due to uncontrolled blasting. So there are several factors at the different locations, several factors were operative. So you can see this table contains a summarized version of the landslides and ultimately the main reasons for sliding and possible remedial measures, which I think I showed you uh, for one or two slides in the form of figures. Let me discuss again. What have been the target mitigation measures? The improvement of drainage is the measure number one in any landslide area, whether soil or rock. Provision of benches to remove the weight on the head of the slope or on the slope itself. Removal of overhangs, which can fall, you see, collapse anytime and can bring us sliding mass and block the road. Formation of rock trap ditches at the toe of the mountain, ditches to collect falling rock and then to clear them, you see, periodically. Construction of the protection wall so that the material which falls into the ditches doesn't bounce back onto the road. Construction of retaining walls and breast walls and round the clock maintenance strategy. This is very important. Maintenance of such works where sliding could be there is really very important. Here you can see it is condition which is sliding and different material types, and you can see here river flowing here, and you see the signs of undercutting also. You see, so this requires, and this is also kind of damaged retention system at the toe. Needs strengthening here too. It has got eroded in the past. So here you see unstable area near Thakot and Dasu indicate some uh, overhangs and rockfall, strange rockfall susceptibility, which needs removal. So this is a plan you see indicating the study area at the Thakot slide location. And I just wanted to share with you, well, in plan you can see there are gabion spars, gabion walls, the gabion spars here, plum concrete wall here, and intercepted drain. You can see around the whole of the drain, a whole of the slope, and the sliding mass, a big all-round intercepted drain. This is how you see it was attempted to be drained. And if you see a cross section for this, you can see that this is a weak sliding mass, and this is the, you see, column collected here. So this is that, you see, breast wall and the wall constructed here to intercept the material which could bounce back onto the road. And with the heavy gravity wall, you can see uh, the road widening from 4.5 meters to 7 meters is attained. So here you see this is Dendai debris slide. You can see the signs of material, rocky material with high moisture conditions. And here you see Jijal landslide area, a lot of, you see, loose material, long area. So here, what was done, that a cabin wall here with rock trap ditch, and again, a massive gravity structure resting into stable formation. Here, at this Harbor landslide, it has, you see, thick residual colluvial material. Now what to do? Here, it was considered that we may have a kind of piled interception, piled walls, because you see, going deep and cutting into this material would trigger instability. So in case of collecting a massive wall, why not to drive piles and to, between the two walls of piles, secure the roadway. This is a view of the unconsolidated mass at Tattapani. You can see the horrible look. So any activity of engineering and geological studies at road stretches and difficult geological formations like Karakoram Highway has always been, you see, very challenging. Now, what to do about the remaining part ahead of the dam side where the road would be located at a higher level because of submergence of the existing road in the lake of the huge reservoir. So it has thick moraines, very heterogeneous, and again, steep slopes like this. You can have a feel of the thick moraine deposits. You can see here debris slide also present here. So for this location, it was considered identification of critical reaches by GIS methods and preparation of geological section. Again, field and laboratory geotechnical studies are very important. Then we had to determine the ship failure mode and identification of the hazards and then remedial measures. So I think I've taken up uh, quite long time again than the time which is allowed, because otherwise I'll be disturbing the schedule. So I think I finish here. I have a lot of material, but we'll be able to share at some other occasion. And thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. Sir, I would like to share that we have 5 to 10 minutes
Okay.
open discussion forum.
Okay.
And if any participant is interested to ask any question related to today's presentations, then they are most welcome. And at the same time, I can see that in the chat box, there are several questions which have been asked from the speakers. So from the chat box, questions can be seen. And but if any participant is interested to ask in person right now, then he or she is most welcome.
Madam Mona,
Yes,
uh,
sir.
may I have a query or question on your excellent presentation?
Yes, sir. My pleasure, sir.
It has been very nice work, and it does show that the seismic studies in Pakistan, in addition to the capital Islamabad, they need to be carried out anew, and some new findings to be determined, and so that we may have safer designs in future. But my question is, rather my observation is, that what do you feel basically if your new paper is published and new seismic zones are defined for Islamabad? Do you think that most parts of the Islamabad would have to be designed for higher level of acceleration and for higher levels of seismicity? So what do you think will happen to the existing structures, tall buildings? Do you think that all of them will need then retrofitting? This kind of situation is going to result probably.
Here, sir, your question is very relevant, and I must say that being researcher, to answer this question, it's very difficult for me because um, research science is an ongoing process, and as a scientist and as a researcher, we try to formulate new methodologies and new models and new techniques and try to adopt new softwares and new techniques which are globally accepted. Unfortunately, in Pakistan, earthquake seismology is comparatively a neglected field, and it is a newly developed field at the same time. As I said, that there are several workers who are working on the formulation of seismic hazard maps and building code. After 2007, building code is not revised. And before 2007, I've hardly seen any reliable building code of Pakistan. So, being a researcher and educationist, I do believe that we shouldn't stuck up on the old methods and the methodology, especially in the case when we are uh, newly entered in a discipline all over the country. So, my suggestion is that if we improve or update some hazard zonation map or some seismotectonic zonation map or some active faults presence indication, then these informations can help civil and structural engineers and policy makers alike. But your question is quite right that if the latest research shows that Islamabad is experiencing the high level of seismicity. Now, high level of seismicity doesn't mean large magnitude occurrence probability. High level of seismicity in my abstract, I have written that, and I have observed that frequency of minor magnitude is quite high. On daily basis, we are experiencing minor magnitude earthquakes. So definitely this new result or new investigation that minor magnitude earthquakes, they are more frequent as compared to major earthquake inside the city, then definitely it can affect the future construction in the city especially, and already existing structures. If we talk about already existing structures, then definitely I cannot answer this because this is beyond my domain. Um, um, I guess policymaker or government officials or civil or structural engineers, they can answer uh, this more precisely. But I must say that being a new and emerging science of seismology in Pakistan, we shouldn't stuck on one building code or one methodology. We must adopted new methods and new softwares and new techniques um, in order to show that we are competing globally with other scientists of our fields. And we are not giving the um, wrong picture or wrong scientific picture of the country. So this is not only valid for Islamabad, but also for all over the Pakistan. Um, in this case, in my presentation, I use Monte Carlo simulation, but in neighboring country, as I said, this approach, MC approach, is frequently used now. And on the basis of this approach, their zonation and building codes are revised. But in our country, if we are not adopting new methodologies and not updating our previous codes and previous zonation maps, then definitely we are lagging behind and we are not giving the true picture of future probable earthquakes within the country.
Thank you very much. Very explicit reply. Of course, my part of my question, you see, that went beyond your domain. I'm sorry for that, but I will certainly like to ask that, like for the 2007 code, uh, Islamabad falls in zone 2B. Uh, well, I think 2B it is. Uh, accelerations of PG of 0.16 to 0.24 G perhaps.
0.24 G.
Yeah. How much jump you feel it could be there? The new study may indicate accelerations as high as 2 times or something like that.
No, sir. In my study, as I said, that we are experiencing, especially in Islamabad, micro magnitude. Micro seismicity means earthquake with a magnitude lesser uh, lesser than 2 or 2.5. And the largest recorded earthquake was in 1977. And we do believe that our results are more precise if we are using a huge set of catalog or huge set of data, earthquake data. The results become more reliable if we use a large set of data. So currently, Islamabad is although showing frequency of high frequency of minor magnitude, but it doesn't mean that it is causing a great drastic change in acceleration, which has been indicated or which has been adopted in the previous building code. But definitely this we have to work more, including geological and geophysical approaches as well. Integration of these approaches along with MCPSHA is very essential, and this is the first attempt to incorporate a newly adopted approach, which is more frequently used in all over the world. But in Pakistan, this is adopted for the very first time. But it doesn't mean that we are contradicting or we are changing drastically the results. The publication, the published a paper, when it will be published very soon. It will show that PGA values, they are not very much linked with only with magnitude level. They are dependent on other factors too, like depth of those earthquakes. If minor or micro earthquakes, they are occurring on the shallow level, let's say 2 kilometer or 1 kilometer depth, then they are equally dangerous if an earthquake with a magnitude 7 and above occurred at the depth of 20 kilometer. So there are other parameters which we need to include, and on the basis of this, we can then estimate PGA values. Due to shortage of time, I couldn't explain the methodology in my lecture, but definitely my publication will show the detailed methodology and the results and the comparison with the previously adopted PGA values in the building code as well.
Thank you very much, madam. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, Marcel.
Dr. Mona, may I have a comment?
Yes.
I am Mehdi Zareh.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Just I want to add, thank you for your comments and very good lecture by Professor Sohail. I want just to add 2 points that as far as I remember, the Jhelum fault is passing not very far from Islamabad,
Yeah.
and it is it might be 2-segment fault, and I suggest that this fault be more precisely studied in the future in order to understand the possible previous or archeo or paleo earthquakes on such fault. It is very critical for Islamabad, I think. The second point that I want to add is about the soil condition, and because Professor Sohail was asked about the level of PGA, as you have mentioned, there are very different parameters which influence on PGA level. And one of these parameters is site effect and soil amplification. And Islamabad is a city having a great part of Islamabad is constructed on soil, alluvial deposits and partially on soft soil deposits. Therefore, we know that it is complicated to understand the behavior of the soft soil in the near field. If, for instance, the Jhelum fault will be the source of a future earthquake, but however, in the fourth.
Yes. Professor Zaire, we can't hear you.
soil conditions of.
Yeah, exactly. I guess there is some sort of voice.
Do you have my voice? Is it disrupted? You don't have me?
Yeah. This was disruptive. Sir.
Do you have my voice?
Yeah.
Do you have my voice?
Yeah, Professor Zaire.
Yeah, just in the future. Forthcoming modeling, it will model. Modeling for Islamabad.
Professor Zaire, we have distortion in your voice. I couldn't. I couldn't hear your full comment or suggestion.
Importance of polyseismology, Jhelum fault, and 3D soil modeling for Islamabad.
Okay. 3D soil modeling for Islamabad.
These two titles. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you, Professor Zaire, for your useful suggestion. You are correctly said that Jhelum fault is a very active fault, and it is also passing very close to Islamabad, and it is also segmented into two parts. Jhelum fault is a left lateral strike slip fault, and it is a quite active fault, and we have worked on it. And definitely your suggestion, especially with respect to paleoseismology, we must work on it and to find out the active nature of this fault. And your second suggestion is also a very important for Islamabad, especially 3D soil modeling. Due to the complexity of Islamabad lithology. So thanks, Professor Zaire, for your useful suggestions.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Audience, do you have any question?
Hello.
Yeah, introduce yourself, please. Excuse me, unfortunately, we are unable to hear your voice correctly. So, anyone?
Yeah, I have a question. I'm from India, Shibu here. Can you hear me?
Please introduce yourself.
I'm Dr. Shibu Mani, an associate professor at Christ University, Bangalore, India.
Okay, Dr. Shibu Mani.
Yeah, I had the opportunity to work in the Himalayan region. Now, the question is, now you have studied specifically with respect to Islamabad, that is wonderful, and the zonation. Now, what about if a tremor comes, beyond your region? For example, India, I could see tremors are happening in Jammu and Ladakh. So how would you consider that into the whole framework? One is if the epicenter is within the Islamabad region, and what about the earthquake outside?
Dr. Shibu Mani, your question is from Sir Sohail Kabria or from me?
It's a generic question. Anyone can. You can answer it. That would be fine.
I suggest Sir Sohail Kabria may answer this because that is more.
What I've heard is his voice was a bit distorted, Dr. Shibu's voice. I think it is regarding that about, I think he was questioning you, if I understood it correctly, that in addition to Islamabad's work and the region of Islamabad, if you extend this towards east, towards India, and in the north, towards Kashmir and Ladakh, then what would you like to comment on that? I think it is like this.
Okay.
Yes, exactly.
Yes, exactly. He says it's okay.
Okay. Dr. Shibu, we are trying to first experiment on Islamabad because as I said that on university level in Pakistan, for the very first time, we have an observatory in Quaid-e-Azam University. And Quaid-e-Azam University is located in Islamabad on Margala Thrust, which is a branch or segment of MBT. And you know that main boundary thrust is extended even in India and Kashmir also. It is passing through Kashmir and it is also passing through India. And main boundary thrust is a major fault zone and it has the history of major earthquakes like in 1905, Assam earthquake with a magnitude of 8. This earthquake occurred on one segment of MBT, main boundary thrust. And definitely we are studying this fault very closely with the help of seismology and geology. But this fault, as you asked that, what about the area outside Islamabad, like in Kashmir or in Ladakh or in other or in the surrounding part of adjacent part of India as well, political boundary between Pakistan and India. So my answer is that main boundary thrust is the major fault zone which is passing through India as well as from Pakistan. And Islamabad is located on one of its segment, which is known as Margala thrust. So definitely we are working on MBT also, and we will extend our studies in the surrounding area. More than currently, I have studied the area of 200 square kilometer within Islamabad, but definitely I will extend my study more than 200 square kilometer. Then definitely we will cover the area of Kashmir and Ladakh as well.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Madam, can you hear me now? I want to ask like two small questions. If you can hear me. My name is Ishfaq Bashir.
Yeah, I can hear you. First, introduce yourself.
Yeah, my name is Ishfaq Bashir. I'm doing PhD in Middle East Technical University, Ankara, Turkey. And I was recommended to this conference, seminar or conference by a friend of mine who is a geologist. He's a PhD doctor. Ma'am, I know that you are a prestigious faculty member of Quaid-e-Azam University, and I thank you very much for your presentation. It was a nice presentation. I wanted to ask that, you're welcome. I wanted to ask that you have presented with the intensity maps of Pakistan, that the seismic intensity. And this was 10% probability within exceedance of 10% exceedance probability in 50 years. Ma'am,
yeah.
As a student of earthquake engineering, don't you think it's too much high? Like, if we are going to build our buildings or the building code, shouldn't it be like 2% in probability of exceedance? Because like 10% is too much high probability, one thing. Second, ma'am, you also presented the PGA map of Pakistan. I wanted to, for my own understanding, I wanted to ask that for calculating the PGA, either we use the attenuation relationships or we do have the seismograms located at different sites in the country. So for the PGA, was the soil conditions like the alluvial deposit or like the 30-meter top 30-meter for the VS30, was it also considered in the PGA values, or was it just based on the attenuation relationships? Again, we need VS30 for that as well. So how did you come up with the VS30? If you could please explain that, I would be very much grateful. Thank you very much, ma'am.
Thank you, Ishfaq Bashir, for your very valuable and useful questions. Let me answer your first question. 2% probability and 10% probability. You said that 10% probability is quite high. I totally agree with you. But at the same time, I think I have mentioned in my presentation that in this presentation, due to shortage of time, I'm presenting some slides, not whole of the work which I done for Islamabad most recently. So this seismic hazard zonation map, a contour map with 2% exceedance, with 10% exceedance, was only showing one part of my study. I do agree that 10% exceedance is quite high, but definitely when you see my paper, and I can share results with you if you just send me an email, then I can share more details about it. I have done 2% exceedance a map also. And as far as your second question is concerned, you said that PGA value, why I have taken VS30, and PGA value is dependent upon various sort of lithology like soil or hard rock or soft rock and other types of rocks. Let me tell you that attenuation equations actually deals with all these aspects of geology, as well as which is including lithology as well as structure. There are a number of attenuation equations which are fully dependent on the lithological or geological aspects only. Means they are based on the type of rocks only. These attenuation equations are applicable for the areas for which specific geology or lithology is used for the formulation of these equations. And there are other attenuation equations which deals only with the structure type and their respective velocities. So I must say that selection of attenuation equation cause a major difference in the results of PGA. So as I said, that there are several workers who are generating seismic hazard map, but the base of seismic hazard map, one of the most important parameter other than rest of the parameters, attenuation equation is very important relationship, with the help of which we can get the right value of PGA, right value of hazard, and like zone 1, zone 2, zone 3. And on the other hand, we can generate exactly wrong picture of hazard. So selection of attenuation equation is a very important step when you calculate PGA. Unfortunately, Pakistan do not have any attenuation equation. As I said, seismology is an emerging science in Pakistan. There are several things there are several parameters on which our scientists, they have not done some work. So I must say that in a country like Pakistan, if we do not have any attenuation equation, then we must rely on the neighboring country or on the countries which have the similar geology or structural domain like the area which we are studying. So we are totally dependent upon the attenuation equations, which are generated for Iran, India, Bangladesh, Nepal. And then we correlate these attenuation equations with our lithology, rock types, or structural features like faults, type of faults, and then we generate the results. So this is a shortcoming in our hazard mapping. An expert can deal well with the appropriate selection of attenuation equation. A newcomer who just learn the technique of seismic hazard, he or she cannot, he or she can only apply or use attenuation equation and generate result and generate zonation map. But the reliability is highly questionable because of the selection of appropriate attenuation equation for which experience is required. So I must say that every hazard map which is compiled or which is prepared for any part of Pakistan cannot be considered much reliable if the author uh, 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 is not expert, or he or she has not done much work. He or she just use the typical methodology and use various equations and then generated results. This is a labor work, I must say. This is not a scientific approach. So the answer of your second question is that appropriate selection of attenuation equation plays an important role in the generation of PGA map and then resultant hazard maps. Thank you.
So Mona Lisa, can I add on this?
Yes, yes, yes.
So hello everyone. I was connected, but I jumped in for the discussion session. I personally think that the fact that we're missing attenuation relationships, that we're missing even validation of all the seismic hazard that was done up to now in Pakistan, has one obvious reason here. And I think that the scientific community in Pakistan should have a single voice in making it clear for the government that it's time to invest in high-tech seismological networks and strong motion networks and GPS networks. I personally feel that the scientific community is like isolated without these data sets. And these data sets should be owned by Pakistan and should be made available to all the institutions that are working in Pakistan on earthquake hazard. This is the only solution to the problem. We can always discuss and stay here for days and weeks, and we will always disagree. And I think that it's within the DNA of scientists to disagree and to argue and to seek consensus, but we cannot do this without reliable data sets. We need data sets. So I personally would like to push you to have a sort of a white paper out of the seminar and submit it to the government and put the policymaker in the corner and then tell them, hey guys, we need these data sets. I mean, we need these networks. We need money to have these deployments made. I mean, Pakistan is twice or even more than twice the surface of Italy, and in Italy we have open data policy and seismological data sets are fully available, and we're talking here about a network of 1,000 broadband stations, right? So then I feel that Pakistan requires at least a network of thousands of broadband stations, thousands of strong motion stations. Iran is doing excellent as far as strong motion seismology. They have at least, I mean, as far as I know, I mean, with all my interaction with my colleagues and friends in Iran, there are plenty of strong motion data sets that are available there. And I personally think that a neighboring country like Pakistan would, I mean, this would be extremely useful for the region. This would allow us to validate our models, to publish papers, to be at the international level, and to be really proactive. But unfortunately, we cannot ask individual scientists, and I'm talking here always on students. Students need this. I mean, there are plenty of bright minds in Pakistan. Pakistan is the land of Abdul Salam. There are minds, but there is no means. So this is a little bit frustrating. So I hope that you can voice this out and then agree with the scientific community in Pakistan. There are outstanding engineers in Pakistan that are doing earthquake engineering as well, with whom we have relationships that you could involve in this. I think that it's time for you guys to unify and have one single voice and make it clear before the next large earthquake that will hit the country, unfortunately. Yeah. This will happen sooner or later. It can happen in Islamabad. It can happen in Karachi. It can happen in Lahore. It can happen. We can have a tsunami. We can have plenty of disasters, unfortunately. But if we do not voice this out, then I think that we're losing we scientists on our side. So let's just unify the scientific community in Pakistan, engineers, geologists, seismologists, physicists, everyone that is working on earthquake-related issues. I mean, engineers are extremely good in making things very concrete because they talk about buildings, right? While we seismologists, I mean, we can be a little bit more, I mean, we can fluctuate, we can attenuate, and so on and so forth, but we need to collaborate all together and make this clear for the government that this is vital for the science in Pakistan. And students, the new generation of students, you know, I've been consuming students from Pakistan. There are outstanding students there. And these guys, they can do plenty for the country. But without data sets, Mona Lisa cannot teach, cannot supervise students. You know, you cannot. Then at that point, the solution to the problem that I keep telling to all developing countries, if you're missing data sets in your country, please do not stop students working on Californian earthquakes. Have them work on Japanese earthquakes where the data sets are available. Do not stop the growth of the community because it's a disaster. I mean, the pandemic has stopped us for almost a year in doing our teaching and so on. And so it's a frustration. But in seismology, I always push developing countries to have their students work on international earthquakes where data sets are available, to not stop the growth of the mines because the politics is not doing fairly well. So congratulations for this. I think that I will stop here and say hello to all the community. And that will be really nice that you make this, you try to come out with what we call a white paper and then submit it to the NSF. I mean, NSF has to has to give funding for a country-wide effort. And the country-wide effort is a decent seismological network. Our colleagues from the Met Office are doing their best, but they need more instruments, and we need an institution that is able to handle this and that is able to make this data available to all the Pakistani scientists. Best wishes to you guys. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Professor Adia, for your very useful comments, especially regarding the data setup. When I was doing my PhD, and that was the first PhD in Pakistan in earthquake seismology, I experienced similar feelings that Pakistan do not have appropriate set of data sets or observatories or labs. We do not have large number of stations. We do have some observatories, but they are linked with some strategic purposes, like for dams and bridges and for nuclear power plants, etc. So definitely we are lacking, still lacking in having a large set of earthquake stations or earthquake observatories. Like you said, we must have at least hundred of stations or thousands of broadband stations within the country in which we are lacking, and it is definitely influencing not only our own research, but our students are definitely they are badly facing this issue, especially when they do want to work in seismology, but due to lack of local data, they cannot even generate a single attenuation equation. So this is a situation in Pakistan, and you are you correctly said that from this forum, I would definitely, with the help of Comstech coordinator, His Excellence Professor Iqbal Chaudhry and the Vice Chancellor QAU, and Pakistan Science Foundation Chairman Shahid Beg, with the help of them, I definitely put up a paper to government officials and policymakers to collaborate with the neighboring country, or to submit a project to NSF to enhance the data coverage all over the country. That's a very good suggestion. Thank you. Thank you, Professor Alia.
Hello everyone. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Thanks, ma'am.
This is I must announce, this is the last question which we are entertaining. I'm really sorry for that, but Mohammed Ali, I think you are going to ask something, but that would be the last question, which will be discussed in our today's session.
Okay, ma'am. I am Muhammad Ali from Geological Survey of Pakistan, Islamabad. My question is from Sir Suhail Kibriya, according to slope stability techniques. I want to ask for an unstable slope. If we want to calculate support system through roughness rating or cube system or RMI, sometimes it seems insufficient, or there is a great variation in the support system. Then what is the proper solution for remediation of slope? Can support remediation based on personal judgment?
Mr. Muhammad Ali, thank you for your question. First of all, slope stability or landsliding stability assessment in numerical terms is an engineering problem. Geological studies will help in identifying the materials and their conditions. That will in addition require some supplementary laboratory tests and field tests. Once this is done, then it is the mechanical use of engineering principles to find the, you see, stability requirements, etc. It will be like this. You see, are you satisfied? Hello, Mr. Ali?
Yes, I'm listening, sir.
Yeah. So, following which system you see, there are, of course, several systems. The system which is most commonly used, what system do you use in your practice as a most common system?
I mostly use RMR and cave system.
RMR is very popular. It has been used by many engineering institutions in our manuals also. Many correlations are there of evaluating material properties and you see other parameters of geotechnical engineering from RMR. It is very much valid. I think it's good to stick to RMR. It's good enough in engineering practice. And secondly, assessment of the landsliding potential and you see the safety factors that rests a lot on the engineering judgment. One can use RMR or one can use any other system too, but ultimately when there are figures in front of the engineer, he has to make a final selection on the basis of engineering judgment, that how such materials and such slopes with such parameters have behaved with what kind of selection. So this is how this is going to be. The factor of judgment is also going to be there. There's not a single, I would say, single answer to your question. A lot of experience, a lot of geology, a lot of geotechnical engineering, a lot of analysis, some softwares to be used also, and then ultimately again application of engineering judgment to take a decision.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much.
Thanks a lot.
At the end, I would like to thank all of our distinguished speakers, especially Sir Sohail Kabria, Professor Mehdi Zahir, Professor Karim Odia, and Dr. Atif. All of them, they have presented and shared excellent knowledge and excellent work. And I think this sort of interaction and this sort of presentation should continue. And I must congratulate all the speakers which presented today, that they have presented very well, and they have experienced a brilliant knowledge which is easily understandable, not only for the experts, but also for the students as well. So I'm really grateful to all our distinguished speaker of day one. Tomorrow we'll meet at 2 o'clock Pakistani time. And in day two program, you will see that there are much more informative lectures and presentations from some of the most renowned experts, local and international, from Pakistan and from US as well. So I'm hoping that all of you will definitely attend the second day session also. At the end, I would like to again thank all the distinguished guests, presenters, audience, and participants, and all my colleagues to make a success this event. And see you tomorrow at 2 o'clock, inshallah. Thank you very much.